Everybody, it is, oh my gosh, it's November 1st, 2022. I don't know if you've noticed, but we have a new supervisor in the room. He has no beard. So this is Campbell, if you did not recognize him.
Mr. Clean Machine.
Mr. Clean Machine. I won't tell you what I told him yesterday.
I'm sitting in for Supervisor Campbell today on his understudy.
There you go. And just so you guys all know, we have Supervisor Brandon. He is on Zoom. So we'll be doing roll calls today. So if I forget, please remind me. Again, Supervisor Brandon is on Zoom. Okay, with that being said, Supervisor Campbell, would you please lead us in the pledge?
Yes, please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, so public participation. If you're online or on Zoom or if you're in the room, there are agendas in the back. And on those agendas and also online, there's how to call in, there's Zoom links. So please utilize that if you'd like to communicate with the board during this board meeting today. With that being said, we set aside 15 minutes every morning for you, the members of the public, to come up in front of the board. If there's an item that is not on the printed agenda, this is the opportunity to speak to us, not to the audience, but to us. You have 3 minutes. At the end of 2 minutes, you'll hear a beep, and that means you got 1 minute left. And at the end of 3 minutes, I do have to cut you off to keep it fair. So with that being said, if there are any members of the public who would like to speak. Good morning. Oh, let me get your speaker on.
Okay.
There we go.
Okay, so today I would like to talk to you all a little bit about stakeholders, and I notice you guys use that word quite a bit in your papers, and it's pretty concerning for me because from what I've been researching, the definition of a stakeholder is pretty much a special interest group that has money. And I think instead of being concerned about stakeholders, I think you as a board need to be concerned about the people who actually live here, because something that might benefit a stakeholder or one individual business might not benefit the entire community as a whole. So I think that's a little unfair how you always talk about stakeholders and how we need to get their input, when I think you need to listen more to the people's input. And I think this whole stakeholder thing is a bad idea. From looking through all these different things, because a lot of these stakeholders, such as the people who made the resiliency centers, who helped fund the resiliency centers, that was the Rockefeller Foundation, and they're a principal stakeholder because they gave the most money to build those resiliency centers. And that's pretty concerning that they're getting so much input and you're listening to people who don't even live in the county. Also, a lot of your stakeholders aren't even from this county. So that's highly concerning, and I just wanted to bring it to your attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. My name is Pam Blatch, and I'm on the Observer Corps with the League of Women Voters, and I wanted to come this morning and introduce myself so that when you saw my shining face out in the audience, you would know that I would be here. And I look forward to watching democracy in action. Thank you.
All right. Welcome. Good morning. Any other public comment in the room?
Hi, I'm your political watchdog, John Flynn. Good morning, everybody. Ryan Campbell, you look totally different, and you maybe you'll shedded some weight. That was pretty good there. All right. What I want to talk about is on your 1% sales tax. I live in the city, and I can't vote on it. So I hope if I was living in the county, I would vote no, because you already have two fire initiatives that the voters passed in 2020. And I heard Ryan Campbell, and that was passed and was on property taxes. And I heard Ryan Campbell and Bill Pulley talk about what he needs in equipment. Ryan, you were sort of okay. Bill Pulley was disingenuous because he's already said we need equipment. But back in February and March, he already got $1 million for bulletproof vests and cameras. And he is being very vague and disingenuous what he needs the money for. And so until this is cleared up, we get honest government. You lay it all out. That's what I would like to see. And then let the general public know what they're really voting for. And it's locked up into a contract. Outside of that, road chief should get minimum $6, and bill pulling it is $4, zero for the fire department. All right, until this is all clarified. All right, next subject. Sorry. Let's see. Oh, God, I lost my train of thought again. But anyway, here we go. There are the climate action. I read that last Sunday and 2 a.m. Monday morning, and then last night I finished it up. The gentleman who spoke in front of me, the stakeholders, that's what I caught. Who are the stakeholders? Who are the National Yosemite Solution? Who are they? You have all these vague groups. Until we find out who they are, the answer is no. The whole thing is illegal right on the Chapter 2, page 2.2, third paragraph down. You lay it all out. The whole thing is illegal from what you wrote there. You can't vote on it. But I'll explain that later in a letter, like I always say. And then there are 3 words I want everybody to focus on. First word is look up the meaning on Google. Interloper, comma, what does that mean? And then the second word is trespass. And the third word is exclusion. Are they all tied in together? Thank you very much. And thank you.
Thank you, John. Any on Zoom? Okay. Yep. Good morning.
Good morning. I just want to mention that when you had trouble with your website, I noticed that the amendments that were made to the 18th agenda were made after the agenda was already done and approved. I believe that's in a violation of the Brown Act, and I've consulted with a legal team out in Sacramento about it, and I do believe that you need to check and make sure that you're following those rules, because you can't go back and amend something that's already been done without voting on it in front of the public.
All right, I'm going to have our legal counsel speak to that real quick.
Sure. So the agenda language was not amended after it was posted, but we did add like items, board staff reports, which is allowed under the Brown Act. So the agenda language was not amended after the time frame. So we added a resolution number, and we would have added board materials, which were required under the Brown Act to provide the public the board agenda packets at the same time we provide it to your board. So we're complying with the Brown Act.
Okay. All right. Good morning, sir.
Thank you. My name is Jacob Barnwright. I'm here to represent Mother Lode Clay here. I formed Mother Lode Clay in 2019 with Tony Irwin, and we kind of thought we would get maybe a chance to provide some material for the casino or the CUD board, but some interesting facts here we have here. The foundation of the historical courthouse required 500 barrels of cement, 300 wagon loads of gravel, and 150 loads of sand. It is estimated that 800,000 common red bricks were used during the construction. They were made by the San Joaquin Brick Company, which erected a manufacturing plant with suitable clay was found on the Charles Byrne Ranch east of Sonora and Rotary Park. So all the clay that for the the courthouse came from right down the street. And I represent Mother Lode Clay, and we have a clay deposit, and we're trying to protect that clay deposit. The county has 2 ordinances, the Surface Mining and Reclamation Ordinance 1768, which requires you to notify me prior to anything that goes on the mineral rights. You're supposed to notify me by certified mail, and I have never received any certified mail from the county, and the county pushed this Valley Vista project forward without any official notification. You also, not just me, but there's another, effective January 1st, 2007, on the subdivision map required notification of the mineral right holder. So you have two ordinances required to notify me by certified mail. We've never been notified here. I received a letter September 14th from an attorney. They said Valley Vista demands you cease and desist interfering with proposed business advantage of the current constructual relationship. Otherwise, Valley Vista will file an action against you for declaratory relief. And we note that you have enough interest in this county property to satisfy my county's clients. I responded to Valley Vista. I responded in your 14th email. I hold the surface and mineral rights to the development. They are in my possession through 13 family members through inheritance and acquisition from sisters and cousins. I demand that Valley Vista stop the trespass to the minerals. 700 yards of clay had been disturbed in the preparation of 4 dry models. The clay has been stored and stockpiled. The assessed value of the clay is $40 a yard, which will bill to the developer. The Constitution protects property rights. It's through the Fifth Amendment. It's called due process. My due process has been denied. So I was hoping I've been working on this for 4 years. I've had the cooperation with the county, the staff, three attorneys. The county has given me all the information.
I'm sorry, the timeline is up, so we'll have to.
3 minutes.
Correct.
You give me 3 minutes to speak.
Everybody gets
Every
3 minutes.
time you give me
sir,
3 minutes to
sir,
speak.
everybody gets 3 minutes. I know staff has met with you before, and they can meet
Okay.
with you again. But
well, I got an attorney, and I'll be filing the
sir.
suit.
Sir, thank you. All right. Is there any other public comment in the room? I've seen any. I'm going to go to Zoom, and there is one on Zoom.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes. Good morning. You're on with the board.
Okay. So I wanted to talk about the Stanislaus Housing Authority acquiring land in Sonora for low-income housing project. Last meeting on October 18, the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors voted 3-2 for authorizing the application and adoption of the plan. The funding for up to the amount of $2 million to be allocated in Tuolumne County. During the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors meeting, the public was told that this 3.3-acre site was purchased by the Stanislaus Housing Authority from Caltrans. However, upon further research by some members of the public in attendance, it was discovered that public records show no purchase price recorded for the sale of the land from Caltrans to the Stanislaus Housing Authority. Furthermore, the building department had 4 demolition permits full but not yet approved. Supervisor Half responded to the inquiry about whether or not the property was purchased or just merely transferred at no cost. She said that her understanding was that it was purchased, but upon requesting additional information from the assessor, she discovered that, quote, this is what the message read, the grant deed was recorded for the transfer. Since it was government to government transfer, they did not assess it, and the purchase price was not disclosed, if any, end quote. There is apparently a loophole in the transfer of real estate that might allow a developer of low-income housing when it's a government entity to acquire surplus land at no cost from another government entity, all while the average person pays the fair market value for real estate property and has to abide by all the excessive regulations to simply pull a permit for a home improvement. During the Tuolumne County Supervisors meeting, we heard rationale such as low-wage workers can afford housing. And it's true, but who is to blame for the housing crisis? Government mortgage subsidies, the Federal Reserve Bank, local regulations, quantitative easing has led to excessive money printing out of thin air and for a long time, which had led to low interest rates and easy lending practices coupled with excessive regulations. Government has created a housing bubble through monetary policy and excessive regulations. The consequences are that people cannot afford housing. Then the same government who created the problem offers the solution, which is affordable housing. In order to create affordable housing, subsidies of some sort have to be given. These are funded by taxpayers who ultimately pay the consequences all the way around from bad policy. Can our supervisors do the research and make policy with some common sense and transparency? Subsidized housing requires long-term commitment. And as any homeowner know, maintaining a home in good condition requires ongoing investments of time and money, and these burdens will be on taxpayers' backs for a long time. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for the call. Is there any other on Zoom? Okay. All right, I'm going to close public comment, and I'm going to open it now up to staff reports, if there's any staff with reports. Good morning.
On?
There you
Oh,
go.
yeah, it is. Debbie Batista, County Register of Voters. Just want to tell you all that next Tuesday is Election Day, and there won't be a board meeting, so I won't be able to tell you all to go out and vote. So I'm going to tell you to go out and vote now. Tuolumne County still, is there a board meeting next Tuesday? Never mind. I'll be here next Tuesday too. Tuolumne County is way ahead of the state of California in the number of people who have voted. 8,500 of our 35,000 voters has already sent in their ballots or come in and voted as of the mail today. That's about 24% of our total voters. So thank you, Tuolumne County, but keep it going. The other thing I want to talk about is if one wants to do and mail their ballot, the later that you mail your ballot, one should consider going into the post office and getting your ballot stamped with the postmark from our local post office. Most people don't realize that our local post offices do not on a regular basis postmark any mail. So if your ballot is not postmarked on or before November 8th, and I receive it after that with a date of a postmark later, I'm not allowed to count it. So to make sure that we don't have some of the issues we had last election, if you're going to mail your ballot on Monday or Tuesday of next week or even Saturday of this week, then please go into the post office and get your ballot postmarked, or better yet, drop it off at one of the vote centers or drop it off at one of the 8 different drop-off boxes. And Tuolumne, keep it going. Let's certainly surpass the state of California. Thank you.
So I want to clarify what you said, because I know on the preliminaries, we had a lot of ballots that went out that weren't counted. And so from today on, either bring them into your office, or if you're going to drop them off at the mail, go inside and ask them to postmark it.
I wouldn't necessarily do it from today. I think you have plenty of time.
Saturday on.
Yeah, from Saturday on, if you're going to mail your ballot, just to be extra sure, and to cover all the bases, go inside the post office and ask them to postmark your ballot. Okay. And we'll see the local postmark, and we'll count it no matter what Sacramento says.
Sure. All right. Thank you, Debbie.
Debbie, can you mention the drop-off boxes where they are?
Sure. One is at the Miwok Library. One is at the Old Twain Hart Pharmacy right in front of that. One is at the Willow Springs Association. One's at the Junction. I'm doing on my fingers in the back so I make sure I get them all. One's at the Junction. One's at the Sonora Library. One's at Columbia Elementary. And one's at Roca Park in Jamestown. And the other one is at the Groveland Library right next to the Vote Center. So any of those, and then plus my office downstairs, plus we have one outside. So if you're in the building and you have your ballots, please drop them off. Thank you.
And using those boxes eliminates the issue of postmark.
Exactly. And then so everybody's comfortable, the Sheriff's Community Service unit picks up the ballots from the drop-off boxes in teams of 2. They will be here today sometime with all of the ballots from those drop-off boxes, and they pick them up on a regular basis. So the drop-off boxes are very reliable. If your car hit the drop-off box, your car would lose.
Good morning, Brian.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Brian Bell, Assistant Director, Chief Building Official for the Community Development Department. I'm here today to report out to the public to please keep in mind the California Building Standards Codes does change on January 1st. I want to remind folks that any projects that they would like to submit under the current 2019 California Building Code should be submitted to our office no later than 3 p.m. Thursday, December 29th. If they have questions on these submittals, they can call our office at 209-533-5637, or they can email me directly at bbell@co.tuolumne.ca.us. Thank you very much. Hello, Lindy Groot, IT project manager for broadband, and I just want to give you a couple of updates on some things, some developments. First, the Middle Mile project, which the state has been working on, which would provide broadband fiber throughout the state. Caltrans has really changed their workflow and has actually started moving and broke ground this week, or actually last week, on a couple of projects, which is really encouraging. Really happy to see that going forward. Second, we are working towards challenging, testing the speeds at which ISPs claim to deliver internet to our public. So you'll be seeing more about that in the future. We're working on a portal for the public so that they can actually test their speeds and see what's advertised for them, and they can help us challenge what that is, which will have a big impact on our funding. Excuse me. That's it. Thank you.
Good morning, Board. Dory Beets, your Office of Emergency Services Coordinator. Just a friendly reminder, and I passed out a nice little flyer. We made this available for the public, but we will be hosting a Tuolumne County CERT, or Community Emergency Response Team training. This will happen November 18th, 19th, and 20th. It is open to the public. We've probably already had close to 20 individuals register, so we're excited. We limit the class about 30, 32, depending, so we're looking for some others. You need to commit to all 3 days of training. It's a great opportunity for individuals to learn about preparedness, but also some team skills for when we do have a disaster and you might want to assist your community or neighborhood. We will also be supporting our friends at Groveland CERT in getting some of their individuals passed through the final exercise, as well as a couple of members from the Twain-Hart CERT that missed a couple of their modules in the class as well. So we're really excited about that. We'll leave this flyer out. We've posted it up. I also will circulate it so those individuals can share it via social media. And we're really excited about the opportunity to have this training.
So, Dory, I have a question.
Yes.
Is there a cost to this?
Nope, it is completely free, and we provide all the material. You walk away with a participant handbook as well as a backpack that has some needed items if you want to become a member of a CERT within Tuolumne County.
That's outstanding. Thank you.
You're welcome.
In case I don't see it on here, where is the training at?
So the training will be located at Stryker Court, but you have to be registered in order to be allowed in the class. So for more information, you can call our office, 209-533-6395, or email us at oes at co.tuolumne.ca.us.
Thank you, Dory.
You're welcome. Thank you.
And so sign up and serve your community.
Right. Any other staff reports? Not seeing any on Zoom? Okay. We are going to move on to our consent calendar. So, Clerk of the Board, would you please read our consent items?
Item number 1, approving the minutes of the October 18, 2022 meeting. Item number 2, adopting resolution 112-22, continuing the proclamation of a local state of emergency due to drought. Item number 3, adopting resolution 113-22, acknowledging report made by the fire chief of the Tuolumne County Fire Department regarding compliance with Health and Safety Code 13146.4, fire protection services, inspections, compliance reporting. Item number 4, approving the awarding of a contract for $128,879.15 to SOMAS Inc. for design services for the Jamestown Community Connectivity Project and authorizing the chair to sign. Item 5, adopting resolution 114-22, authorizing the county's use of the No Place Like Home NPLH non-competitive award in an amount of $500,000 to be used for permanent supportive housing units for the Hidden Meadow Terrace project. Number 6, approving the reappointment of Jennifer Salazar to the Tuolumne County Behavioral Health Advisory Board with a term to expire July 31, 2025. Item number 7, adopting subsequent resolution 115-22, making findings in support of allowing remote meetings pursuant to AB 361, Modified Brown Act procedures during a declared emergency. Approving the encroachment permit for Groveland Community Services District sewer line at Pine Mountain Lake Airport to allow for fencing installation at the main parking lot. Item number 9, approving additional resolution 116-22 regarding the submission of the Permanent Local Housing Allocation Program grant and submission of the same on behalf of the City of Sonora. Item number 10, approving a revised contract agreement for interim environmental health director services with California Association of Environmental Health Administrators in an amount of $60,000 for a total contract cost of $280,000. Item number 11, approving updated Tuolumne County Airport's volunteer maintenance form. Item number 12, approving the updated Health Program Technician 1-2 job specification. Item number 13, approving a contract not to exceed $243,178 with Garland/DBS Inc. for the Jamestown Fire Station 76 roof replacement and authorizing the county administrator to sign the contract.
All right. I'm going to start with, so I don't forget, Supervisor Brandon, who's online, if he would like to pull any items.
Nope, and no comments.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to look to my right and left. Anybody want to pull any item?
I just had one brief comment on the Jamestown Fire Station that that roof has been a problem for that station and our county since I got on the board, and so it's really gratifying to be able to do something about it. So I'm glad to see that on the agenda today.
Great.
And I'll echo that. It's a high cost, maybe even more than the building itself, valuation, but it's important for the firefighters to have stable living conditions. And I only had one other brief comment on number 6 regarding Jennifer Salazar. I know Chair Kirk is, in your district, but just glad to see her participating.
Yeah, and I've worked with Jen before, and I've seen her helping out with One Pile, so thank you, Jen, for continuing to serve.
Yeah, and I have a correction on number 1 from the meeting minutes. I don't know that I necessarily need to pull that item, but the correction is, I believe Phil Nichols spells his last name Nichols. And just a comment on the same thing for the Jamestown fire. I wish we had another place to send our Jamestown fire crew because I do believe that the roof replacement will cost more than the building is valued at. So it's an unfortunate necessity.
All right, and I am going to pull item 11. So other than that, I will look for, and we need to do public comment. So public comment on all items excluding number 11. Is there any public comment?
So I have a lot of public comment on this consent calendar. I think a lot of this stuff on this consent calendar is unethical. I find it very funny that you're adopting a resolution for continuing the proclamation of a local state of emergency due to drought. So this is the crisis that keeps on giving, apparently. We've been in a drought my whole life, probably decades now, and it's actually supposed to rain today, and you're saying we're in a drought. We need to keep spending money making these resolutions, and it's completely crazy and also gives you more powers also, and I think you guys are probably going to use that to attack more property rights with wells and everything else. And also, I think it gives a lot of abilities too. Basically, if you keep saying water is such a scarce resource, there's not very much water, then what? Is TUD going to increase the rates because there's a low amount of water, even though there's a lot of water in this county, and it's raining, and we've actually had record rainfall in recent years. So I think it's completely unbelievable that you're saying there's an emergency due to drought. I think you need to get rid of that special powers. I think it's time for this crisis to end, especially as we're entering into rainy season. And there's a lot of other things in this consent calendar. It's too bad we only get 3 minutes to talk about, over 10 subjects. But basically, you're also trying to get $500,000 to build some more homeless shelters / low-income housing with the Hidden Meadow Terrace project. And I think the people have shown, especially in our communities, that people are generally against these homeless shelters in their neighborhoods. So I find it funny that you keep going against the will of the people and you keep continuing on this dangerous path and visionary homes. It's all about low-income housing. Why can't we have more single-family homes for people so people can actually raise families instead of these little apartments where people can only fit 1 or 2 people and you can't even raise a family in them? It's just crazy. And also, you're trying to continue remote meetings, allowing subsequent resolution. And I don't think you guys should have remote meetings. I think you all should be here if you want to vote on an issue. That's the way it's always worked, and that's the way it should work so that people can actually see you so you can't hide behind a computer screen. So I think that's another thing that you need to stop doing. And you're also trying to increase the pay range to get some environmental health director by $60,000 so you can hire somebody. And while our economy is stagnating and you just want to continue increasing costs for our county, putting more pressure on our community, and that's just a bad idea. So please look more into this.
Thank you very much, Alexander. Okay, any other public comment on any item on the consent, excluding item 11? Good morning, welcome.
Good morning. I would just like to ask a question as to why the Jamestown Fire project is being proposed by a company from Cleveland, Ohio, and not being bid out to a local contractor. When I apply for permits through the county, I'm required to sign a statement saying that I will make every effort to hire local contractors and local employees. So that's the first problem I see with this project. The next problem I see is the cost. I just can't fathom why we would spend so much more than the building is worth for a roof that I know can be done for far less. I recently did 3,300 square feet of metal standing seam roof. The material cost was $11,000. I've looked at this bid. It seems ridiculous. I just don't understand why anyone would vote for this. And I would suggest that if you do, you are not representing the people of this county because it's ridiculous cost. Okay? Give me $100,000. I'll go out and find a contractor who will do it for $50,000.
So Supervisor Half is asking if we can have somebody comment on that. Do we have, I know Ed Haug is out of town.
Is there anything specific as far as I'll start with the reason why we're doing it is we actually have a contractual obligation to maintain that building as it is, and so that's why we're having to replace this roof. The roof has a significant amount of rot, so essentially they're going to have to make sure the walls stay up while they remove the entire old roof, which is rotted through, and structurally reinforce and build that roof back into place. And also we have prevailing wage as well, which marks the price up by about 40% generally.
And what was our process to find somebody to do work?
Yeah, typically we use the U.S. Communities Cooperative Purchasing Program for a lot of our facilities projects that are smaller like this. They've already done the competitive bidding process and set the rate with the local vendors that are signed up with them, so it kind of streamlines the process for us already.
And then we chose the one that was the least expensive?
So correct. We chose Garland. They've done work for the county before on numerous roofs. This one, the courthouse, the Washington Street Courthouse, they've done a lot of work for the county in the past, and they've provided a good service and a good product, and they've got that competitive rate already.
And so you would say the reason why it is so expensive is because the county is mandated by the state to pay prevailing wages.
That is correct.
And where do those prevailing wages come from?
I believe we're based out of the Alameda County area.
Yeah.
Alameda.
Thank you.
Yeah. I don't think anybody's disagreeing that it's outrageous, and those are the rules that we have to abide by. So,
yeah.
Public comment, 3 minutes.
Right. All right. John Flynn, your political watchdog. I'm just going to comment on the last gentleman. Prevailing wages. There's nothing wrong with hiring anybody here and still paying the prevailing wages. And I do agree with the last gentleman that you are representing somebody else, or you're not contracting. Spend locally, shop locally. That's our going motto on the radio station. That should all be kept in the county or just outside the county. What I want to comment, Route 2, about a month ago, we were riding and we noticed that the stripes on Sawmill Flat Road and coming back on the backside through Columbia State Park, the yellow stripes and separating the lanes and the white stripes where the curbs are. The company that was doing that, they had an Idaho license plate. Why are you paying a company in Idaho when we have people in this county shop locally, spend locally? Why are you hiring a company? There's no way they could make money. They got to drive from Idaho, go down through the state, cut through Nevada, come to Northern California, they come here, cut across to the left from Idaho, go to Oregon, Washington, Oregon, and come to Northern California here. Why would you hire a company to stripe the roads from Idaho? They had Idaho plates.
Which consent item are you talking about? I don't see what you're talking about.
Then I'm out of line.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
All right.
Okay, is there any other public comment? I'm sorry. Once you speak, the time's up. Otherwise, we have to open it back up for everybody else. So I'm sorry. This isn't time to go back this isn't back and forth. Yeah, Eric, perhaps after consent you can meet with him. I would appreciate it. Thank you. Is there any other public comment? And again, it has to be related to items on the consent. No, consent. The whole consent calendar. Go ahead, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Okay, so I have a question. How was the Tuolumne County Drought Task Force formed? And are they making recommendations about the county and the citizens' lives that we should be knowing about? I mean, we'd like to monitor that work. How were they chosen, and how was it formed, and what are the qualifications? In the memo from Dory, it states that they meet monthly with other county departments and operational area stakeholders. Who are the stakeholders? I'd like to know, every time the stakeholders are mentioned in documentation, it does not tell us which stakeholders these are. I'd like to see that documented. The county seems to have a problem with transparency and understanding that the people deserve to know exactly who and what is being implemented in regards to what the stakeholders want. They are not elected officials. In her memo, she states that they reapproved the state of emergency September 14th, 2021, yet she has September 24th, 2021 listed in the resolution. Which is it? Also in the resolution, it states that they received numerous calls from residents who reported an increase in the number of dry or failing wells within the county as a result of this drought, and that is one of the reasons that they are implementing, you're wanting to implement and keep going with this state of emergency, which you're doing every 60 days. The U.S. Geological Survey states that wells go dry for a number of reasons. It does not mean that they will never have water in them again, as the water level may become back through recharged increases. The depth of the well, the type of the well, whether confined or unconfined from an aquifer, are factors that must be included. Were any of these wells examined to see if they were confined or unconfined, and where are they located? All of these factors can determine what is causing the well. I think this is a weak reason to put in a resolution that you're going to do another 60 days of an emergency situation in this county. I think there's ulterior motive here to keep going with this excuse for Zoom meetings. In Sacramento, they reported on October 25th, 2021, that there were reported rainfall totals surpassing the marks set in 1880. Yet on November 9th, 2021, the state of emergency was reinstated by the county. Isn't that strange that you would do that? And in an article from the Democrat published 2022, September 21st, said that we were well above average for September, yet a few days before either on September 4th.
I'm sorry, the 3-minute mark came up. Thank you very much for your
Get my
comments.
point, I hope.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? Or, yeah, let's do public comment first, Dory. Good morning, welcome.
Hello, Board. Just wanted to make some quick comments regarding Homelessness Awareness Month and just a trend that I...
I'm sorry, I got to cut you off because that item is on the agenda.
The PLHA, should I save my comments for later? Okay,
yes.
My apologies.
No, it's fine. Is it a consent? Okay, are you?
Yeah.
Sorry, there are two items.
Item 14 is the proclamation.
Item 14, okay, is
for
a proclamation.
homelessness awareness, but there is the PLHA item on the consent. So,
and I was also just wanting to comment.
So then go ahead. So hold on, I'm gonna give you 3 minutes back. Item 9 is PLHA. So
and also just the appointment of Jen Salazar as well, which is a consent item.
Sure. Yes. Go for it.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I think those appointments of those in our community who have been in that position of homelessness before, who have walked the walk, I think are going to have the biggest impact in making the change going forward. I had the privilege of meeting Chris Neves, who manages through ATCA, our City of Sonora shelter located, I believe it's 359 South Washington Street. I was there last week, and sometimes I forget it's easy for me to put myself in the mind frame of someone who's been experiencing addiction issues, homelessness, the condition of unsheltered. You know, I had a cousin. She died about 10 years ago due to alcoholism, so it's very personal for me. And one of the trends, at least in Tuolumne County, that I've been experiencing lately is the rhetoric when we talk about homelessness. For whatever reason, we turn it into an us versus them type conversation. You know, the moment your homelessness, we don't want those shelters in our neighborhood. We don't, this other syndrome that I keep hearing about. I think it's incorrect, and seeing as November is Homelessness Awareness Month, I would ask our entire community to just take a moment, think of that stranger on the street, and would you be saying the same thing if that was your son, your daughter, your wife, a loved family member? Why is it that the moment they become a stranger, they become another? I grew up in Tuolumne County, and I've heard from so many people from so many different ideologies how tight-knit this community is and how we can help each other, rise above poverty and things like that are issues that we have. So why is it one of our most disenfranchised community, this is where we draw the line? This is where we start treating people like others as opposed to loved ones. So maybe it won't change your mind. All I ask is please just consider if you would be using the same rhetoric if it was someone that you cared about, if it was someone in your family that was facing these issues. I just got to say, Chris Neves is one of those guys that manages the shelter. He showed me the room that he stayed in. He explained to me how hard it was, and now he's the guy that's helping others rehabilitate. So again, I applaud the Board of Supervisors for supporting getting people who know firsthand the struggle, the fight, the sheer determination it takes to get clean. And I would certainly hope that we expand our rehabilitation services here in the county. I've heard from a lot of individuals that there's a gap between those of us who are not sober and on the street and getting into housing. Bar's never been lower. You still have to be sober to get in. So I would hope that we kind of address that, what I see as a gap in mental health care and rehabilitation services, and just keep that in mind, please. I love this county, and we should start treating all members of our community equally.
All right. Thank you very much. All right. Any other public comment on items on consent excluding 11? Dory, did you want to say something real quick? I will honor her request. Yes, if you could keep it short and quick. Yes. Come on up. And while she's coming, and she might touch on this, regarding drought, there is going to be a presentation on December 13th with more information to come on that item as well.
Yeah, Dory, I'd like you to address both drought and how it comes to our county that the emergency on drought was established, and also on the subject of what was the other subject? Stakeholders.
Yes.
Yeah.
So as you know, this is a reoccurring proclamation of local emergency that we are actually required by the state of California to do every 60 days. And we suffered, and thank you, Supervisor, for reminding all of us that we will have a presentation on the 13th that can probably answer a lot of questions about why we are recommending this continuously. But the state requires us to do that. As the Office of Emergency Services, we have an operational area committee, and that committee then meets monthly. And out of that, we also have identified a drought task force. And that drought task force was started actually way back when we had the first round of drought back in 2014 to 2017. So we have continued that. It is required by law now to have a drought task force. And Tuolumne County was one of the first counties to reinstate that prior to it being required. And so we've been holding that drought task force. It's not a public meeting. It's an internal meeting with our stakeholders. And stakeholders include all of those individuals in our operational area that we might address emergency issues. BLM, Park Service, Forest Service, state parks, our tribal partners, utility companies, county staff that is a part. It's all addressed in our emergency services ordinance. And that operational area and thus the drought task force is formed for us to discuss and consider some potential options. And we'll be bringing some recommendations on the 13th to your board about some funding, but we are in a drought. We will continue to see that impacts by partners and the experts, and rain does not get us out of the drought. We have to have years of continuous copious amounts of rainfall, not just one season. And these are experts that are telling us and recommending, and we are part of that. And so this proclamation is reaffirming our current conditions. We hear those calls from community members who are increasing those number of calls about the well failures are continuing. We are tracking that. And that's what we'll bring forward on the 13th to show you what we've seen this last year and what our recommendations are moving forward as we continue in to what we are being told will be continuous years of drought to come. So,
okay, thank you. So more to come on the 13th. I'm going to look for a motion, but before I do, for items excluding 11, I just want the members of the public to know, we try to knock out consent calendar in 15, 20 minutes, but don't think that that's what goes on behind the scenes. We put hours. I personally had several questions on several consent items regarding the bidding process. I just want you to know it isn't flippantly done in a few minutes, and sometimes I think we assume that, but there's a lot of time and energy that goes on behind the scene to move our meetings. We have to move government forward, and a lot of the Q&As are done before we get to here. So,
yeah, and I agree, Supervisor Kirk, and I'll just for folks watching at home or wanting to participate, it's good that people have questions as they look at these things, and a lot of these questions, I think staff does a really good job anticipating the kind of questions that the public has. And so if you do look through the board documents that come with the agenda, so not just the agenda but the accompanying documents, a lot of these questions are I think answered in pretty good detail. But with that, I would like to move that we adopt the consent calendar, saving item 11 and with the corrections to the October 18 minutes mentioned by Supervisor Half.
First by Campbell.
I'll second.
Second by Goldenberg. All those, we got to do a roll call. So, Clerk of the Board, please do a roll call.
Supervisor Goldenberg?
Aye.
Supervisor Campbell?
Aye.
Supervisor Kirk?
Aye.
Supervisor Half?
Aye.
Supervisor Brandon?
Aye.
All right, passes 5-0. And again, I want to highlight, thank you guys for reading and thank you for your comments because it can help us do things better as we can moving forward. So do appreciate the public. Item 11, please.
Item number 11, approving updated Tuolumne County Airport's volunteer maintenance form.
All right, so I don't necessarily need a presentation. I guess the only question I have, real simple, is this is regarding maintenance, right? volunteers for maintenance? So can you just give me a real high level what some of that might be?
It's not just maintenance, it's also like ongoing projects. So for example, if the Boy Scouts want to come in and do a project out in the campground, resurfacing tables or doing things like that, that's the type of projects that we will be looking up. At Pine Mountain Lake, we have a lot of individuals that like to help us out during the week when we are not there, as Supervisor Half knows. So having these type of volunteer forms in place allows them to be able to do that type of work for us.
So I love it. I love using volunteers. I want to use more volunteers. The reason why I pull this is because we have Standard Park right down the road, which thousands of children and parents utilize every single week. But there are weeks where it's not mowed, where it's not watered, where the lines aren't checked or painted right. So in the past, I've requested that we use volunteers to help, and I got scores of parents, especially on teams, who would love to line up and volunteer and help, but I've been told that we can't. So when I read the item again this morning, I was caught off guard a little bit. So my question to County Council and the CAO's department is, why can we use volunteers for maintenance in an airport, but we can't use volunteers for maintenance at a ballpark that serves thousands of kids every week?
Good morning. Christopher Schmidt, Deputy County Council. I wasn't aware that was the exact issue. I think it's the size of the project. These forms specifically are small, generally less than $1,000. The risk is low. So we're okay with that.
Sure.
The standard field, in the past, our office was looking at replacement of the field. It was a large project, significant risk, and there's prevailing wage issues.
You said replacement of a field?
Correct.
No, my request have been mowing the field and chalking the field lines. So
Yes.
pretty simple, pretty low maintenance.
Supervisor Kirk,
So,
if I could just,
sure.
Sarah and
And I know I'm
can
kind of putting some people on blast a little bit, and that's not my intent, but
So-
I really can't, I have a hard time putting people in an airport doing maintenance, which to me seems more of a high risk, but I can't get somebody to mow a field.
Right. Well, part of this is the way that we have staffing. So Benny at the airports does not have staffing that do some of the specific things that they come in and do. Whereas in parks, we have people who do groundskeeping. So you would be bringing in volunteers to take the work of employees. That's where the issue can come in.
I'm not looking to take the work of employees. If the work's not getting done, we have volunteers who will
It's
do
the
it.
same thing. I mean,
But if the if the fields aren't
I
being
get what
mowed,
you're saying.
if things aren't being chalked, and I have so that's the angle I'm hitting. So you're saying that reason is because we have the staff at standard, and we don't have staff there. So there's a breakdown somewhere where if the work's not getting done, it's got to get done. And if I can't use volunteers, then it needs to be addressed.
yes, agreed. We can talk about this more offline if you'd like.
I've been talking about for months.
I understand.
Okay, so thank you for the explanation. Hopefully I made my point. And with that being said, Benny, thank you. Use all the volunteers you want. I think it's great when we can get our community involved with making things happen. So, all right, with that being said, I will make a motion to move on item number 11. Yes. I'm sorry, public comment. Any public comment in the room? Not seeing any on Zoom? Okay. I've made my motion. Item number 11, Kirk.
I'll second.
Brandon, thank you. All those in favor? We got to do roll call.
Supervisor Goldenberg,
Aye.
Supervisor Campbell,
Aye.
Supervisor Kirk,
Aye.
Supervisor Huff,
Aye.
Supervisor Brandon.
Aye.
All right, passes 5-0. I'm looking at the clock. Let's take a 5-minute break, and we'll come back at 10 o'clock, do a short bathroom break. All right. It is 10:02. We're going to start the board meeting back up. If we could quiet down a little bit. Hello. We're going to get started. I don't have my gavel because I hate hitting gavels on the desk. So I'll just talk really loud. Hey, we're going to get started up in here. Thank you. Okay. Clerk of the board, please read item number 14.
Item number 14,
Thank you, guys.
consideration
Sorry.
of adopting resolution 117-22 proclaiming November 2022 as Homelessness Awareness Month in Tuolumne County.
All right. Michael, take it away.
Well, good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Michael Roberson, Homeless Services Coordinator, and I'd like to introduce you a whole group of volunteers who have been working together over the last 2 months to prepare our community for Homelessness Awareness Month. So if those volunteers would come up, I'd like to introduce them all, and they're going to hang out with me here. We love our volunteers, so it's been great. First, we have Shelley Muniz, who is a member of the Tuolumne County Commission on Homelessness, been a very strong supporter of what we're doing here. Don Romani, who is just a member of the public and concerned about homelessness in Tuolumne County. Steve Nelson, who has long since engaged on the homelessness front, just as an individual. He and his wife have done really good work in building relationships and supporting people. We have Sophia Kaufman, who works for ATCA, and she is their communications coordinator, and she has been a huge contributor to these efforts. Somewhere in the room, or we had, Andy Merrill, who is one of the members of the Tuolumne County Commission on Homelessness, as well as a city council member. And then two individuals who have been a part of this work team that have not been able to be here today are Dana Buto, who is also a member of the commission, and Kathy Peacock, who is a member of the commission as well. And so I would like to move forward with the presentation at this point. Homelessness Awareness Week, sponsored by the National Coalition for the Homeless, is November 12th through 20th, 2022. This dedicated week offers the opportunity to call attention to issues and concerns related to homelessness across the nation and in our community. Throughout the month of November, Tuolumne County Homeless Services and the Commission on Homelessness will join the national effort to highlight various housing and homeless initiatives and showcase the efforts on the part of many agencies who are activated and seeking solutions. Tuolumne County Homeless Services and the Commission on Homelessness will mark this month in a variety of ways to encourage community engagement on the issues of homelessness through education, advocacy, and service. The public is invited and encouraged to participate in any or all of the following events and activities. So first off, each day during the month of November, news of interest will be pushed to the public from Tuolumne County government social media platforms. And Sophia is going to come forward now and share a little bit about how that's going to happen, sometimes multiple times throughout the day over this entire month. So here we go, Miss Sophia.
Oh, sorry. Doing two things at once. There you go. Good morning.
Hello. Thank you. So yes, we have a 43-piece social media awareness campaign for Homelessness Awareness Month. The theme of this campaign is humanization, education, and solution-focused community engagement. And doing research on how media regarding homelessness is received by the general public, I've found that humanization is a key factor for communicating to the public on this issue. The content of the campaign will include testimonials from local unhoused individuals, videos from various reputable sources, as well as event promotion and recaps for the various events that we have planned throughout the month that are opportunities for the community to get engaged and take action. We also have some facts as well as the helpful hints for helping the homeless that Michael has put together with other members of our little team here, as well as local agency highlights, because we do want to highlight the local organizations that actively and continuously, tirelessly make efforts to help uplift the unhoused population locally. We'll also be highlighting the solutions that are seen throughout the nation to such a difficult problem to tackle, including housing first. So as I mentioned, it's a 43-piece campaign, so there will be multiple posts per day. And ultimately, we want to focus on humanizing this population as well as educating our community on what they can personally do to take action to help.
Great. Thank you, Sophia. A Stuff the Bus event will take place on November 5th, and so Shelley is going to step forward and talk a little bit about that. I want to say this Stuff of the Bus event has been an event that's happened annually, and it's been in October normally, but this group who's doing it graciously decided to bring it inside of the Homelessness Awareness Month. And so it's not a county event, it's their event, but we really are supportive of what their efforts are. So thanks, Shelley, for you and your group.
You're welcome, and thanks for letting us come today and talk about this. I'm really excited to be part of this group. There's a lot of very active and people who are doing things all the time, and I'm just thrilled about being able to work with these folks. So the event, the Stuff the Bus event, like Michael said, has been an annual event. It's very successful. We bring a big bus out into the parking lot at Walmart, and we hand out shopping lists that includes items that are unsheltered folks need during the winter time, like jackets, sweaters, rubber boots, gloves, hats, sleeping bags, warm socks, tents, all of those kinds of things that you can imagine that people might need at this time of year going forward here now. So the event's going to be, again, Saturday, November 5th from 9 a.m. to 4 in the Walmart parking lot. Instead of a school bus this year, we'll have a great big green bus that's Mark Dyken's personal bus. So it's going to be very visible out in the parking lot. And something that's really exciting to me this year is that we are working together with multiple agencies in this county, and it just feels so good. So this is Resiliency Village, Nancy's Hope, the Lambert Center, Interfaith, and Chicken Ranch Rancheria that are pulling this together this year. So thank you. Hope
Thank
to
you,
see
Shelley.
you there.
An evening in-person meeting of the Tuolumne County Commission on Homelessness will take place on Thursday, November 10th at 5:30 here in this board conference room. Normally our meetings are at 9 in the morning, which makes it difficult for people who are working during the day. And so for this month specifically, we wanted to make it more accessible for more people in our community. So that will take place at 5:30 on the 10th here in this room. A volunteer day was organized. Dana Buto did most of the running point on this, but I will talk to you a little bit about that since she can't be here today. There are several organizations, Give Someone a Chance, Interfaith Social Services, Nancy's Hope, One Pile at a Time, and Resiliency Village, who are all local service providers who will be a part of this on November 12th from 9 a.m. to noon with an online registration available. So the county, and I'll talk about this in a second, is going to make available an online registration format where you can go on and volunteer from 9 to noon at any one of those service providers, and they'll have plenty of work for lots of people to do. And I think it's a great way for us just to sort of put our back into it and see what we can do and make a difference for those organizations in supporting them. Also, countywide at-home watch party is going to be taking place on the 16th, and I think we'll ask Sophia to come back up and chat about that a little bit.
Yes, so we will have a watch party on November 16th at 7 p.m. Not your typical watch party in that we will not be hosting it in like one online space, but we are just inviting community members to join together with friends and family to watch a video that can be found on YouTube called Homelessness in California. This video is presented by the Stanford Institute for Economic Policy Research. So it highlights homelessness in California and that California is one of the top 5 states in the nation for homelessness. So this is a statewide issue and something that we can address right here at home. And the point of this watch party is to create a communal opportunity for education and discussion on this matter.
So we're encouraging families and friends and neighbors to gather together in somebody's home, maybe make a potluck out of it, and then watch this 45-minute documentary. And then have discussion about it. All the things that are frustrating, all the things that are surprising, some of the information that was new, some of the ways that we could become activated as individuals and communities or maybe as a group, some of the ways we could speak into policy. It's a very strong video. I came across it as a part of some training that I'm doing, and I think it is worth sharing for our community. But I think it would benefit people most if they watched it as groups and then sort of just talked about their frustrations with the whole landscape of homelessness and maybe some of the convictions or some of the issues that are related to it that come up in this documentary. More information on each event or activity, including registration for Volunteer Day, can be found on the Tuolumne County website that you can just Google, probably the fastest way, which would be Homeless Services Virtual Bulletin Board. Will get you there faster than anything. Homeless Services Virtual Bulletin Board. And on there, you'll see the stuff, the bus flyer, you'll see the link to the watch party video, you'll see the link to the registration for the Volunteer Day, and all the other things that we're doing and trying to bring awareness to are on that at that location on the county website. So we would encourage you to go there and peruse that and see what you can engage yourself in. At this point, it is recommended that the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors adopt a resolution proclaiming November 2022 as Homelessness Awareness Month in Tuolumne County.
I'm going to, who sits on the commission? Supervisor Goldberg, correct? I'm going to start with you.
Thank you. So just starting with any clarifying questions?
Yeah. Any questions?
Okay.
And we'll do questions and comments. I don't think there's too many questions.
Okay.
That would arise from this. So questions and comments.
Okay, so I don't have any questions. I do have comments. So I'm chair of the Commission on Homelessness, and Michael and I work together very closely, and we've got all these wonderful people that are assisting, and I just can't express my gratitude, enough for everything that, people come together and work on this issue. It's not an easy issue. There's conflicts, there's concerns on different sides about, where we're going. But this resolution is not about that. This resolution is to recognize November as being, the month that we proclaim awareness. And so I just wanted to put that out. And the one comment, Sophia, you made, humanize. That is so, so important that we humanize and look at this from an aspect that's not, on these other areas, right? We're dealing with people that need help, and we're trying to come to conclusions on help. And this is wonderful that we're, having this resolution. So thank you.
And I'm going to go, so I don't forget, Supervisor Brandon online. Do you have any questions or comments?
Yes, I do. Thank you for the presentation. Just overall looking at it, my biggest concern is this is a resolution to try and bring awareness to an issue that's negative and positive, and there's nothing in here to the resource challenges and the community issues. And I think the negative side that so often people reach out to us to be able to address, understanding that, most people who are homeless end up being able to figure it out, and that this is a select group of the population. We have to be, I think, very verbal in recognizing that an element of the homeless population is causing really significant issues. This is a major problem within my district in Jamestown, where we're having events where adults are walking through defecating themselves, and where we're talking about aggressive panhandling, we're talking about homeless encampments along many of the roads that are constantly putting garbage within the rivers. It has a multi-front issue there. And so I just have concerns that we're not actually addressing. It seems to be that this is a resolution which is, in a way, I guess, justifying homelessness. I understand the idea to spread information and education. Certainly that is a need as a part of this, but we can't do that without recognizing, I think, the negatives and what we're doing to try and address that. I've drafted a document in line with the city's leadership that's trying to be a resource manual to business owners and to residents. These are, folks in my district reaching out saying, well, what can I do? This would be an opportunity to share that. It'd be an opportunity to share their rights and responsibilities as well. So that's just a concern to me. I feel like that has to be in here, and I would have a recommendation for a be it resolved that I think recognizes that as well. A couple of small things. One, I had a question from Michael. In whereas number 9, it states there's been under HUD 92 permanent housing placements. I believe the last update we had received, we went from 0 to 5. This was many months ago. So what does the 92 permanent housing placements mean for homeless populations? And how did it jump so quickly?
Well, like with any stats, I think you have to consider what the stat is representing. And the stat here is representing people who may have been redirected through rapid rehousing or support through like landlord engagement. That information came from ATCA, the individual who manages the homeless management information system there. And so I couldn't tell you what that is because I didn't drill down on it. But I do know that those numbers are higher than what we heard from social services, because ATCA is a housing agency and social services isn't necessarily a housing agency.
Okay. One other thing in the Be It Resolved 1, it says homeless. It needs to be, I think, homelessness. And then one other thing, just the 43 posts in a month, I do agree with an information campaign, but without reviewing the content of that, that's going to entirely take up everything that the county is working on or any issues. If we're doing this for other issues, certainly I'd want to see this for, I think, some of my priorities, which end up being, housing, economic development. I'm not opposed to having, I think, a rigorous content calendar, but this is the first time we've ever done this for any issue, and certainly we're dealing with a lot that are just as important as this. So I guess to close out on it, it's a resolution. There's not a huge impact within this, and I do appreciate the community partners and their efforts in it. It's only to say that we need to use these as an opportunity to express our values to the community and our empathy that there are some real issues. Everybody is a lot closer to being homeless than we are to being a billionaire, but that doesn't make this just a warm and fuzzy issue. It's a very difficult issue, and there's a lot of people who are upset about this because they have to deal with, frankly, very unreasonable circumstances as well. So I would recommend adding something to the note of, be it finally resolved that the significant rise in homelessness and especially chronic homelessness presents a significant resource challenge to local governments and communities, and the Board of Supervisors supports efforts that coordinate partners and service providers to increase accountability, prevent undesirable behavior, and seek tangible positive outcomes for homeless persons to recognize those problems.
Okay. I'm going to bring it back to the board. Thank you for your comments, Supervisor Brandon. And I'm going to have Supervisor Half go next.
Okay. First of all, Supervisor Brandon, I'm not opposed to adding that wording if the rest of the board goes along with that. But my comments are basically that, first of all, thank you very much for having an evening meeting. It's a long time coming, but I'm hoping that you're able to get the word out to the public who has not been able to come to these meetings that want to, because this is going to accommodate those who work, and hopefully you'll get a big turnout and also hear different points of view that maybe you haven't heard before. When I was studying the board agenda over the weekend, I could not find this video. I went and looked, and I brought it up right now. I see that it's a YouTube. Is that correct? Mm-hmm. Okay. And I have a suggestion to make for your group. This would be wonderful to have on our local public TV station, Access to Tuolumne. And I just texted with Jerry Day, the manager, to make sure that it would be okay to air on this particular day this video, since it's a YouTube, and he said yes. So you can add that to your portfolio and push it out. I'd much rather, I get Access to Tuolumne because I have Roku, and there's all sorts of ways you can get it on your TV. I would prefer to watch this and invite others to my home to watch it and talk about it when it's on a big TV and not all of us huddled around a little computer screen. So I think this will be another way to push it out with folks that want to have a gathering and watch the video.
Thank you.
And I think that's it. Thank you.
Supervisor Campbell.
Thank you, Chairman. And thank you, team, for being here. The way I see this is it is easy to cast stones at folks that are unhoused in our community. There are, and I think it's highlighted in the resolution as it is. There is a line that says that homelessness and the risk of homelessness is a serious problem for many individuals and families in Tuolumne County. I mean, that's explicitly stated in the resolution, and I think that's clear to all of us. But to me, a resolution in itself is not going to solve that problem, no matter what language we add or subtract from it. But what it does do is it highlights the fact that there are people in our community who are willing to give of themselves, their time, and their energy to actually doing something about this problem, and not pointing out the obvious issues that homelessness brings to communities. And that's a very hard thing to do. And so to me, that's the way I see the purpose of what we're trying to do here today as the board, is to recognize not just the fact that homelessness exists in our community, I think that's clear to everyone, but the fact that we have people in our community that are actually doing something about it and that we are seeing improvement. But we're not going to get we're not going to get to a place, I don't know that we'll ever completely solve this as a problem, but we can have positive impact on it. And I've said this many times that there are many ways to address homelessness. There are as many ways to combat it as there are causes for homelessness, which are very many. And so we need to be doing all of them. And we can't just focus and nitpick on one particular area or one deficiency. There are deficiencies in a lot of different areas, and we just can't do all of them. So the fact that you are taking time, you're making an effort to work on the areas that we can, I think is so important, and it's so rare in our community. So really thank you, and I hope that by passing a resolution and being recognized by the Board of Supervisors that the community sees that as well. And I don't have any questions to go with that.
Okay, well, I'll finish it up. First of all, thank you folks for being here, and thank you, Michael, for the work on this. For number one, I would not be opposed to Supervisor Brandon's wordsmithing and adding that line. I think in any resolution there are things that we could add. I mean, a big thing that people know about me when it comes to homelessness is accountability. When we read that be resolved, that the community needs to understand more, be more educated about it. We need to understand the need to support, that the homeless needs support from the county, from the city, tribal governments, both public and private. One thing that I would love to throw in there, but I'm not going to, is, we also want, when we give help out, we want accountability. But today what this is about is, I kind of want to summarize what I think I heard Supervisor Campbell say is, if you look back at our local government the last 3, 4, 5 years, it's always been a discussion about homelessness, trying to figure out how to start tackling it. But in the last 2 or 3 years, we've actually begun the conversation, started to bring people in the room, started to connect the dots. And government moves slow, and it's frustrating sometimes, but that's also why government's enduring. Things move slow. So I'm a big believer in the Bible. It says you're always going to have the homelessness, or you're always going to have the poor among you, but there's also a lot of things about also helping your neighbor. And so today, again, I got to bring myself back to what is today. Today is just another step in educating ourselves, our community, the issues that are out there. I know me personally, I had not necessarily bias, but the homeless that I usually get really mad and frustrated at are the drug addicted, and like Supervisor Brandon said, defecating, all these things. But there's a large sect of population out there which is not in that boat, and they have truly fallen on hard times, and they get kind of stuck in the system. And I mean, I see it from within the prison. So again, I'm going to bring myself back to what this is about. It's another step in the direction to bring our community together, solve what we can solve. We're not going to solve it all the way, but if we can make some strides to make it a better place for our community to live and help those who are down and out, who truly want to be held accountable and have support, I know our community can support that. So with that being said, I don't know if we need, or would that be, or did I not do public comment? No, thank you for reminding me. So those are my comments. Thank you very much. And I'm going to open up to public comment, if there's any in the room. Sure, come on up. Do you have any on Zoom? Good morning.
Good morning, Board. My name is Kathy Fasilla. Excuse my voice. I am on the GSAC board, which is Give Someone a Chance. And it's been around for about 10 years. And Dick and Hazel Mitchell have been directing it. We have very much tried to reach out to anybody who is unhoused, whether they are drug addicted or having health problems or down on their luck or so forth. We have numerous examples of people that have been brought from the curb to being housed and have a wonderful job and starting families. If you want to know about that, we can get you some of that information. I know Michael knows about that. Over the last 5 years, I've been working with a number of ministries that bring me in close contact with the homeless. They are my friends, and I'm able to pray with them and love them, and I'm getting emotional. So anything, that can bring forth our community so that it can be more noticeable, more agreeable to our community, which is a loving community, to bring these people to a place of not the rain's coming, the cold's coming, so forth. The prices of food are going up. We have lots and lots of places where they can get food if they can get to them. I say thank you to our board and to Michael and to anybody who has a heart for the homeless. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment in the room? Any on Zoom? Okay. So I'm going to bring it back. We are going to, what's that? Yeah, sure.
I just wanted to thank Kathy for her comments and add to it just a little bit, and that's that there are, the homeless community is as varied out there as any other part of our community in this county, and their reasons for being there are, just go from one end of the spectrum to the other, and there are incredible people out there, and it isn't just about offering a hand up. It's these people are ready to, they have to be ready. There are some, of course, who aren't, and you have to put it in your heart and know in your heart that there are those that you can help and that there are those that just aren't quite ready yet. But we at Resiliency Village, we see tremendous growth all the time with the people who are, you start out in one place where maybe they just came in out of the camp and, they're struggling with all of the issues that we know that they have in the camp, including just the trauma of being out there. And then watching the growth that happens from that point moving forward. We have people now who are starting to work in work programs, who are going to school, who are getting their GEDs. And when you watch those things happen, when you watch those growth in people that you love and care about, because you do form these connections and they are friends and they become friends when you actually open your heart and start listening to their stories. It makes a huge difference. And I just, again, would like to ask everybody to please take the time to do that. Take the time to listen to someone, to walk up and say hello and maybe listen to a story, listen to their story, or just take the time to understand that this is so much bigger than a lot of us think that it is. And again, just appreciating everybody so much who's working so hard to try to make a difference for all those folks out there.
Thank you for that. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to hand it back to Michael. He was going to have one of his team members read the resolution, which I found was totally appropriate. And then after that, we'll bring it back for a motion.
Great. Thank you all for the effort that you've put in, as Anaya said, over the last several years, for sure. And I think it goes without saying, but sometimes we miss the obvious. The whole reason why this is all coming and the way it is and the way you all have prioritized your efforts as a board is because of the problem that it is in the community, both for the community at large and for those who are living within the homeless community. And so I would hope that this is the first of many steps of increasing awareness and engagement. There is an individual that I didn't introduce earlier, Jen Salzar, also a member of the Commission on Homelessness, and she'll continue her own introduction and explain why it is that she wants to read this resolution today.
Sure. Morning, Jen. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jen Salazar, County Commission on Homelessness. I serve a second term on the Tuolumne County Behavioral Health Advisory Board. I'm also a commissioner here with One Pile at a Time. Additionally, I've experienced homelessness multiple times. Last week, I was asked to leave my home again as soon as possible by no fault of my own. So last night I slept in my truck again with my dog. Fortunately, my friend is letting me stay with her, but after being asked to leave my home again, now I just feel broken and lost. I have to start over again. With winter approaching, it is extremely difficult for me to stay indoors when my friends are unsheltered. I've worked unimaginably hard to be standing here today. During my time being homeless, I met so many amazing people. 4 years ago, I decided to quit drugs and change my life. I chose to be homeless, while so many others do not. Some just don't know a way out. I promised someday I would come back for my friends. I want others to see what I see. I want to help my friends. On October 6, 2022, it's been 7 years since my brother passed away while experiencing homelessness. He lacked care, compassion, and understanding, and access to resources. The last words he ever heard was a promise I made to him to go on without him and make him proud. I told him that I love him. The last thing he ever said was, "I love you, Jen." He was waiting for my promise. Once I spoke those words, he took his final breath and passed away while I was holding his hand. I've kept my promise, and I believe my brother's proud of me. Thank you so much, Michael, for asking me to speak today. It's an honor and a privilege to present the resolution. Whereas the month of November is recognized as Homelessness Awareness Month in the United States, and whereas the purpose of the proclamation is to educate the public and advocate with on behalf of people experiencing homelessness about the many reasons people are homeless, including the shortage of affordable housing in Tuolumne County, and to encourage support for homeless assistance services providers, as well as community service opportunities. And whereas the Tuolumne County Commission on Homelessness, an advisory group to the Board of Supervisors, desires to increase awareness in the community about homelessness and the system of care that is being developed to engage homeless community members on a pathway to permanent housing. And whereas the staff of Tuolumne County Health and Human Services Agency, to include social services, behavioral health, and public health, work professionally, compassionately, and with expertise to bring support and resources to those who are homeless and at risk of homelessness, with concerted effort for placement and housing. And whereas the many organizations in Tuolumne County committed to sheltering, providing support services, and our basic resources to people experiencing homelessness are essential to overall homelessness system of care. And whereas the recognition in Tuolumne County that homelessness and risk of homelessness is a serious problem for many individuals and families in Tuolumne County. And whereas January 2022 point in time homeless count identified 266 unhoused individuals in Tuolumne County, to include 98 who are chronically homeless, 54 who have mental illness, 36 with a substance abuse disorder, 15 who are veterans, 169 people who became homeless while living in Tuolumne County, and 24 people who became homeless while living in other counties. And whereas the number of CalFresh recipients in Tuolumne County, as identified by Health and Human Services Agency, identifies over 500 individuals without a home address. And whereas the Homeless Management Information System has recorded that so far in 2022, 92 individuals moved to find permanent housing, while 92 others remain in transitional housing. And whereas the National Coalition for the Homeless reports that 37.2 million Americans live below the poverty line, 580,000 Americans are homeless on a typical night, 44 million Americans are at risk from suffering from hunger, 1 out of 6 children in the United States live in poverty. And whereas the U.S. Conference of Mayors reports that the top cause of homelessness among families were lack of affordable housing, unemployment, poverty, and low wages. The same report states that the top 4 causes of homelessness among unaccompanied individuals were lack of affordable housing, unemployment, poverty, mental illness, and lack of needed services, and substance abuse and lack of needed services. Now therefore be it resolved by the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors, hereby proclaims November 2022 is Homelessness Awareness Month. Whereas the National Coalition of the...
Be it further resolved.
Oh. Here.
I can't see that.
Oh, okay. I missed a page. Sorry. Be it further resolved that the Board of Supervisors encourages all residents to recognize that hundreds of people in Tuolumne County do not have housing or are vulnerable to homelessness and need support from county, city, and tribal governments, both public and private service entities, and citizens to address the many challenges of homelessness. Much.
Jen, while you were reading that, you work, right? You work for One Pile at a Time?
Yeah, I volunteer.
You volunteered? So if anybody's online listening, or My Motherload, or Union Democrat, or anybody who's got an Airbnb or rental, please reach out to our board so we can find you a place to live, Jen, because I think it just comes down like that. That's what this is about, right? This resolution is about. You're not a drug addict. You can hold a job. You're good people. You're responsible. You got kicked out of your house. You need somewhere to go, right? So that's what this is about. And there's safety nets out there. The vision I got while you were reading was like we're a community and we're in a big circle, but we're not holding hands. And if we would just get a little tighter and hold hands, we could like catch people, right? So that's the vision I got while you were reading. So if you're online or you're listening, and I just texted my wife because we have an Airbnb on our property, but it's booked out for a few days. But I'm going to get your number. And on the in-between days, if you don't have a place to go starting, I think, Saturday or Sunday, you can come stay at my place, okay, until we get you permanent housing somewhere in between. So what we're doing is we're going to stop talking about this as a community, and we're going to try some things, okay? So communicate. Everybody here has social media, has Facebook. Put it out right now that you got somebody legit. Do you work too? Are you able to pay rent, Jen? Partially? Okay. So you need a job? So I'm sure we could probably find you a job too. There's a lot of people hiring. So put it out on social media if you have work, if you have somewhere to put somebody up, and let's try this. Because if we can't do it here publicly using board members and blasting it, then we're going to be up a creek without a paddle. Is that how it goes? So I'm going to put that out there. If you're listening, please reach out to our board. Is there a number we could call? What's our board? What's our line? 533-5521. 533-5521. Let's try this. And Jen, would you please give Eric your number for me? Do you have a cell phone? Okay. And I'm not doing this for popularity. Like, I'm just telling you that's what I got when you were up there speaking. So I'm just going to be obedient to that. So anyways, okay. With that being said, is there any other comment? Sorry. I'm sorry. We already did comment.
Yeah.
Entertain a motion, and I would recommend that we do include, I think Supervisor Brandon's words were completely appropriate, and I don't have a problem with that. So I would look for a motion to adopt this resolution with Supervisor Brandon's recommendation on word changes.
So I would like to make that motion. And I, too, agree with the additional language. Did staff capture all that, or perhaps Supervisor Brandon can email it to staff so we can make sure we capture that accurately? And, just wanted to say, this motion, support and continue on our helping our unhoused community, shelter, food. It's all important. Jennifer, your words were so heartfelt. Thank you for, standing up here and stating those. I know it wasn't necessarily easy. And yes, let's see if we can find you a place to live, a job, and thank you very much, Supervisor Kirk, for putting that out there.
Sure.
So with that said, I'd like to make a motion to adopt Resolution 117-22, proclaiming November 2022 as Homelessness Awareness Month in Tuolumne County with the changes in added language suggested by Supervisor Brandon.
I'll second that.
I have first by Supervisor Goldenberg, second by Supervisor Haff, and we have to do a roll call vote.
Supervisor Goldenberg.
Aye.
Supervisor Campbell.
Aye.
Supervisor Kirk.
Aye.
Supervisor Haff.
Aye.
Supervisor Brandon.
Aye.
All right, motion passes 5-0. Thank you, group. Thank you, team, for working together. Jen, we're going to do this, all right? Community's we're going to put our hands together. So, and that is it. Thank you, guys. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Okay, we have an 11 o'clock. Do we think we can do item number 15 next? Who's presenting that item?
I'll be taking care of that.
Think we can do it by 11? Or?
With the discussion, it may take more than 15 minutes.
Sure, but we can go a little after 11 then. Okay. So let's do item number 15.
Item number 15, presentation, discussion, and direction on the Tribal and Rural Allocation Regional Early Action Planning Grant of 2021, REAP 2.0.
I'm freezing. Air conditioner's on. So I get blown cold air.
All right. Good morning, Board. So Eric Earhart with County Administrator's Office here on behalf of Quincy Yaley, our Community Development Director. She couldn't be here this morning, but we're here to talk about REAP 2.0, the Regional Early Action Planning Grant that's come out. It's a $600 million grant as part of California's Comeback Plan. $500 million of that is from the Coronavirus Recovery Fund, and $100 million coming from the State General Fund. These funds are being allocated by region, and Tuolumne County is in the Motherlode region, and we share that with Amador, Calaveras, Mariposa, and Nevada counties. And so for our region, there's just over $5.1 million available. The intent is to support projects across the state that help create additional housing near daily destinations by supporting infill housing production, affordability goals, and reducing vehicle miles traveled. So the state, recognizing that it was not on track to meet its housing goals and also seeing the benefits of planning for housing in the way that it reduces vehicle miles traveled, public health, equity, land conservation, economic goals, and additional to address housing and climate crisis. They first issued the REAP 1.0 back in 2019, which was a much smaller grant. But following the success of that program, this large state surplus, as well as the coronavirus aid funds, the California legislature made available the REAP 2.0 in 2021, which is at $600 million. So the program overview: regional planning agencies, counties in rural areas not part of a regional planning agency, and tribal entities are eligible for this funding. And the grant program that funds both planning and implementation, and the goals are to accelerate housing production, reduce the vehicle miles traveled, enhance governmental coordination, advancing equity, and transformative emphasis. Part of this program requires some public outreach. So on August 11th, the Community Development Department did present to the Board of Supervisors Housing Policy Committee. October 25th, they met with HCD staff who was overseeing this grant, talked about planning efforts versus infrastructure projects. November 3rd, we will be hosting a virtual information listening session, and the details, the Zoom link, are in the board memo. We're also here today to hear comments from your board and the public as well. There will be an online survey, and in December we will be back before your board requesting approval of a resolution to apply for this grant. And we'll be providing additional outreach as needed. So some of the requirements of this grant: we're looking for programs that accelerate infill housing development, realizing multi-model communities, shifting travel behavior by reducing driving, increasing transit ridership, affirmatively further fair housing, accelerated infill housing, and reduced VMT. So some of the ideas that we've already had are infrastructure investments to make sites ready for affordable housing development in infill areas, bicycle and pedestrian and transit programs and infrastructure investments that support new housing in infill areas, planning or zoning documents, creating pre-approved designs for housing types such as ADUs with greater density, and establishing and funding an affordable housing trust fund for location efficient projects. So that's the end of the presentation, but really, again, as I stated, today is just to provide your board opportunity to provide some comments, as well as the public on potential projects or grant opportunities. So I'll hand it over to your board.
I'm going to bring it back let's go through the process. We'll have any clarifying questions, and then we'll do public comment and then comments. So I'm going to start with Supervisor Haft. Do you have any questions?
Yes, I do. So I understand the main purpose of this agenda item is to bring awareness to the public, to the board, and to the public about this program that's in a 2.0 phase from the first time it was offered, and so that we can get that public outreach going. The meeting that was online is November what? November
3rd. It'll be held November 3rd online through Zoom at 4 p.m.
I think I'm signed up for that because I have a lot of questions myself about what this will do and what it won't do. So I think it behooves us to all, on the board and anybody who's interested in the public to participate in that and then make suggestions, because I'm clear that it's going to hopefully increase affordable housing and projects such as that, but I'm unclear about exactly what it's going to do, and I'm hoping that this November 3rd will clarify some of those
Yes, so it'll
questions.
be an opportunity to get more information out to the community, but it's also an opportunity for the community to provide information to the group, so that way as we develop the grant program or develop what that grant's going to look like.
Okay. So I don't really have any questions. It was just clarifying in my mind what this is about. Okay, thanks.
Actually, I'm going to go to Supervisor Brandon so I don't forget. Supervisor Brandon, you have any questions, comments? Or questions? Questions only.
No, I don't have any questions.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Campbell, question? And Goldenberg? Okay, and I did have questions, but I sent them to Quincy over the weekend, so they were answered. And I'll bring it back to the board. If there's any public comment, I'll start with Supervisor Brandon. Do you have any comment? Or not public comment, board comment. Do you have any comment? Supervisor Brandon?
Sure, yeah, I can kick it off. Let me pull up my notes. Overall, REAP is a really great program, and I'm looking forward to seeing it in the county. So, Eric, thank you for the presentation, and to Quincy. I know she had a existing commitment for today. We had a really good discussion at the Housing Policy Committee. Some of the recommendations were, I think, the environmental incentives. We're not sitting there laying mortar and brick. We're trying to create the ecosystem that supports housing, and the way to be able to achieve some of this is to meet some of these state goals for infill growth and disinvested communities. One of the things we had was an upzoning incentive to allow for people who had considered increasing the density of their residential to a higher level. I think it'd be helpful for us to identify where we would like to see infill growth areas within the county. Another use of REAP that was within the documents at the HCD level suggested was the use of pre-approved ADU designs to potentially reduce the cost there. San Diego and a number of municipalities are doing that. I wanted to also throw out that one of the biggest challenges in trying to, I think, develop additional housing, and this is on the developers themselves right now to solve, has been adequate infrastructure. It's just the water and sewer hookups, if you are not right by it, is very difficult, or even the plant capacity. This is a major issue for a growth area, which is Jamestown. We have a lot of economic projects coming in. There's a huge housing need, but there's a kind of a hard ceiling limit on our infrastructure program. Now, we don't run this, but we can be able to help plan for the future needs that we need to, along with our economic development, housing coordinator, broadband, and that kind of group as well. One last thing, potentially within our general plan, we brought this up before, but Title II ED includes the HCD Fair Housing Concentration Analysis. It has a commitment that our county will do this. This was adopted in 2018, and to my knowledge, we have not done this type of an assessment. And this is to ensure that, I think, when we're approaching the issue of affordable housing, we can go back to our constituents and say this is not unfair burden on one area, but this is every area stepping up to do their part. We have it in there. We're going to be in 2023 going over our housing element again. I think it'd be really good to go in armed with that information. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to bring it back to Supervisor. You didn't have any comments? Any comments? Comments, Goldberg?
Yeah, just a couple. I do agree with Supervisor Brandon's comments. When we look at expanding out on growth, infill is important. We look at the vehicle miles traveled. Density is an important consideration. To see where we can go with that, but we also need to be respectful of the surrounding communities when we're looking at that. Sewer and water are huge, as far as development, especially in Supervisor Brandon's district, which is quite honestly the most likely district that's available for more growth and more projects. So I'd be supportive of looking forward to seeing what we can do to increase those capacities to allow for that to occur. And of course, broadband is always on many people's minds, so you need to look at that as well. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to open it up to public comment. If there's any public comment in the room, come on up.
I'm Carl Baker. I live in Columbia. My interest in this grant falls more along the lines of how do we get affordable housing where it's affordable for people to travel to shopping, schools, essential county services, jobs, and that's what's kind of missing in a lot of the planning that goes on around here. The largest concentration of all of those things I just mentioned is along Greenlee Road, Mono Way, the bypass area. And to make housing affordable, you need to make transportation affordable. So if we build affordable housing where people need a car, it's not affordable anymore. So even market rate housing is much more affordable if people can walk or ride a bike to get to their job, to get to the store, to get to the hospital, to get to the library. Just think of all of those things that are concentrated in that one area. During the active transportation plan process, I beat this drum over and over and over, and I was told, you're the only one who cares about this. The Sierra Railroad offered the right-of-way to the county through the TCTC. There was a grant back in, I think, 2004. The county doesn't have to use the whole length. It can look at where its priorities are for creating active transportation infrastructure. The other issue there is the Law and Justice Center. We've designed a Law and Justice Center where people are walking across the highway to the extent that there's a new fence going up behind Walmart. Again, I was the only one who cared about this. So the point is, I used to work for Caltrans. My job was to go to the TCTC meetings and explain what was available from the state. To go with this process to look at housing locations, there's also grants available through Caltrans, the Sustainable Community Grants, that can address the active transportation component. How do you address that whole Mono Way corridor from East Sonora into like the post office? How do we make this work better for people? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Any other public comment in the room, please?
Hi, I'm sure you're happy to see me again. I apologize for being loud earlier, and I would just like to make a comment on the process for building these projects. I'm currently building a 14-unit apartment complex in the Soulsbyville area. It took 3 years to get approvals for that project, and it was not a project that required any environmental impact reports because we were not changing the actual use of the property. And so that to me seems like an extremely long period of time to have to go through just to plan a project before you can even put one stick in the ground or pour some concrete or whatever. And so if there's a way through this, I'm interested in the bullet point there that says creating pre-approved designs. Stuff like that I think would be very important to incentivize developers to even want to get involved in these types of projects, because otherwise they're going to look at the process and it seems like they would just move on to something else. And you can come up with all the money in the world, but if you can't give enough motivation for builders to actually do these projects and not have to wait 6 years or so to see a return on their investment, then it's going to be difficult to proceed with these. So that's the only comment I would like to make, is that we should probably try to use some of these funds to find a way to streamline the process for people like me who are trying to build housing for people in this community. So thank you.
Sir, do you mind if I ask you a question real quick? You're a developer building multiple units. You know what an ADU unit is, correct?
Yes.
So if you had a pre-approved, because we've been talking about this for a few years, if you had a pre-approved set of plans at the county, would you as a developer, instead of building multiple, like a 14-unit complex, would you build multiple ADUs?
That depends on where they're going to be placed and, the site. I mean, there's so many factors involved in that.
Sure.
I mean, of course,
I'm
if
just
you're
curious
building in
if
somebody's
that's a train of
backyard,
thought. Okay.
then, I mean, every location then is different, and access to utilities and all that sort of stuff. And then the building type, is it
I'm not talking about utilities or that, but if the location had a pre-approved ADU, so you didn't have to go through the whole process, it was pre-approved, pre-designed, pre-engineered, ready to go, would that something that you would strongly consider as a developer?
Would I want to build them? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yes.
No.
And I don't really consider myself a developer. I just found a piece of land and decided I was going to do something useful with it.
Sure. Okay.
So
Just
consider
curious,
me the smallest developer in
You
Tuolumne
mentioned
County,
something,
but-
so I thought I'd ask a question.
Yeah, I would be very interested in building those. In fact, I'm looking forward to doing that just for fun one day on my own property. So yes, to answer that.
Thank you. And more public comment coming up.
John Flynn, your political watchdog. I just want to make this housing. Is this also concerning the homelessness? I just want, because I don't want to make the mistake the last time I was talking.
I'm sorry, this is about homelessness?
Is this about the homelessness?
No, this is about, let me get the item, REAP, direction on the REAP funds.
What number is that?
That's number 15.
Well, I'm going to pass then.
Okay,
Right,
thank you. Any other public comment? Sure, come on up.
So if we are constantly in a perpetuating state of emergency in this county, whether it's pandemic or water, whatever, why, and you guys keep saying, you don't like grants, there sure seems to be a lot of grants coming up and more housing. So where are you going to put them? Is there going to be enough water in these areas? I know that Brandon brought it up, but it just seems kind of ironic that this is just continual, okay? It's ridiculous.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Any other public comment in the room? Not seeing any. Is there any on Zoom? Okay, I'm going to bring it back to the board. Unless there's any closing comments, I will look for a motion on item number 15.
It's information only.
I don't believe
I'm sorry,
motion's
information
necessary.
only. Let me see here. Okay. Oh, it did say direction, if any.
Correct.
So, if any, was there if any direction? There was a little bit. Were you taking notes for
Yes.
Quincy? Okay. Sorry, everybody. Quincy's in jury duty today. So, all right. With that being said, then it is 11. So let's take an 8-minute break, and then we'll open up with our 11 appointment. Are you ready? All right. It's 11:11. We're back with our November 1st board meeting. we are going to open it up with our 11 a.m. appointment. So clerk of the board, would you please read our 11 a.m. appointment?
11 a.m. Consideration of waiving the first reading of an ordinance amending Chapter 15 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code.
Take it away, folks.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Brian Bell, Assistant Director and Chief Building Official for your Community Development Department. We're here today, of course, to ask for your consideration of adopting an ordinance to amend Title 15 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code, specifically amending Chapters 15.04 and 15.20. Of course, excuse me, you're back. The mandatory enforcement of the amending chapters 15.04 and 15.20, respectively, to reflect the mandatory enforcement of the 2022 California Building Standards Code. California undergoes a triennial adoption of the California Building Standards Code, and the California Health and Safety Code requires that all local jurisdictions enforce the most recent adopted version of these standards as adopted by the California Building Standards Commission. The most recent adoption of this standard will go into effect on January 1st, 2023. The California Health and Safety Code does allow for local jurisdictions to make amendments to the codes when findings based on geographic, topographic, or climatic conditions can be demonstrated. In addition to local amendments, adoptions of optional appendices are also available for use at the local level. Our current proposed amendments include updating the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code to reflect the 2022 editions of the California Building and Fire Codes, as well as providing clarifying language on building height determinations and some basic administrative provisions and permitting exceptions. Additionally, we have amended our adoption of the emergency housing provisions to be consistent with the revised designations of P and AZ, respectively, from the California Building and Residential Codes. We have also aligned the fire hydrant spacing requirements to the 2022 California Fire Code, and the staff recommends that you waive this first reading, and we are available to answer any questions you may have on this proposed amendment.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to bring it back to the board if there are any questions on this item. So I'm going to start with over here, Supervisor Kronberg. Do you have any questions?
No questions.
Okay, Supervisor Campbell.
No, it seems pretty straightforward. So we're going into consistency with what new laws are being passed statewide.
In essence, yes, sir.
So I don't think there's a whole lot of wiggle room there. So thank you.
Okay, and then, you, Supervisor Half, you, next.
Okay. Just for the public's benefit, Brian, it looks to me that what we're doing here is aligning our rules with the state's.
That is correct. But
Is there anything that we're doing that supersedes what the state is asking?
there are a couple of amendments in 15.04 which identify exceptions to building permits. One of those items is clarifying the extent that the 120 square foot exception would be allowable. It basically expands a bit to gazebos and some covered porch areas for residential units. Additionally to that, there is provision for front porch considerations not exceeding 50 square feet in an effort to help local homeowners.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, and Supervisor Brandon, thank you. If you're online.
No questions.
No questions? Okay. I did have questions. I sent them out earlier, so they came back. Thank you for that to Quincy. With that being said, I'm going to open it up to public comment, if there's any public comment on this item. Not seeing any. Yep, come on up, John.
Hi, your political watchdog, John Flynn. I was trying to understand what you were saying here, and I always tip my hat to a bald-headed man. There you go. That's to start off. You were talking about the law, the state laws and regulation with state law. Are these laws in compliance, in agreement with the U.S. Constitution, which is also federal law?
To my understanding, sir, yes.
All right. All right. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. Any other public comment in the room? Or room first. Is there anyone in the room? Not seeing any? Okay, online. Got Zoom. No, you're fine.
Hi again. Just wanted to point out a couple of things. We have the strictest building codes in the nation, the state of California. Coincidentally, we also have housing, the most unaffordable housing in the country. By aligning ourselves with the state and bringing the state's agenda into our county, we are further increasing the issues with housing. So we have an affordable housing because of overregulation and monetary policy. And at the same time, you guys are trying to pass all these grants for low-income housing, which is, making the problem that we have worse. So I just wanted to point that out to you guys. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comment on Zoom? All right, closing public comment. We'll bring it back to the board for any comments. Before we look for motion, I'll start with, again, Supervisor Goldenberg.
No comments.
Campbell? Supervisor Half? All right, Brandon, do you have any comments?
Yeah, I only say this looks like an intense amount of reading. So, Brian, good job working on this, and Quincy. I know that this must be a major update. I appreciate all that. Thank you.
Okay. With that being said, I'm going to bring it back to the board. I'm going to look for a motion on this item.
So I'll move to waive the first reading of an ordinance amending Chapter 15 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code.
Second.
I have a first by Supervisor Goldenberg, a second by Supervisor Campbell, and we'll do a roll call vote.
Supervisor Goldenberg?
Aye.
Supervisor Campbell?
Aye.
Supervisor Kirk?
Aye.
Supervisor Half?
Aye.
Supervisor Brandon?
Aye.
All right. This passes 5-0. Sorry, I'm looking at my...
Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Seeing who we're doing next. Can we squeeze in item number 16 before lunch? I think we can. So let's do item number 16.
Item number 16, consideration of approving a letter of intent, LOI, to participate in the new Ambulance Medi-Cal Public Provider Ground Emergency Medical Transportation Intergovernmental Transfer, PP-GEMT, IGT, Enhanced Reimbursement Program, authorizing the county administrator to sign the LOI and all other related documents, and recognizing revenue in the FY 22-23 ambulance budget by increasing account 4450-400-100-476910 by $444,697 and increasing appropriations in expense account 4450-402-100-528112 by the same amount. 4/5 vote required.
The clerk chuckled there in the middle. I think she needs to read it all over again. I'm just kidding.
Take it away.
Thanks, Heather. That was a mouthful, to say the least. So for the board and for the public, Steve Boyack, Health and Human Services Agency. What I want to let the board know is that this is an ambulance billing issue. And before you today, for your board's consideration, is transitioning from a Medi-Cal enhanced billing program that we've been under since 2011 and moving to a new Medi-Cal ambulance billing enhanced program. So with that, there's a little bit of background I want to share, some finance pieces, and then we'll get to the recommendation. So since 2011, the county has been receiving enhanced Medi-Cal reimbursement billing reimbursements through the state's Ground Emergency Medical Transportation Program, GEMT. This staff report is full of terms and acronyms. So I'm going to say the term and then use the acronym if I can. Until fiscal year 2023, the GEMT program required a combination of annual cost reporting and submitting an annual quality assurance fee, a QAF fee, to receive the enhanced Medi-Cal reimbursement. The QAF fee is a program, or was a program, that required the support through an administration fee that the county was responsible for paying upfront. It was a match whereby we would pay a match and get additional reimbursements along with that match for Medi-Cal transports. So in calendar year 23, or for calendar 23, the state is eliminating the GEMT cost reporting QAF program and moving to a GEMT, Intergovernmental Transfer Program, IGT. I will refer to it as the IGT program. So the new IGT program is mandatory for public providers, like our ambulance system is today. So the legislature sought to ensure that all public GEMT providers that provide Medi-Cal beneficiary transports receive sufficient reimbursement to do so. And I'll get to more about that in a second. So per transport, the total reimbursement under the new IGT program is expected to be higher than what was received historically under the old GEMT supplemental reimbursement program. But the contribution in the IG program is expected to be much higher when compared to the old program. But we expect to get higher reimbursement. I will get to that again in a little bit. So the non-federal share of the IGT program is intended to be funded through voluntary. It's important that I'm clear that this is a voluntary program. So the matched piece of the new IGT program is voluntary. We don't have to become part of this program to get the enhanced Medi-Cal reimbursement. It is voluntary, and we're going to ask your board to make that voluntary intent in just a moment. So enrolling as a funding entity, like I said, is voluntary, but it has provided needed revenue support for Medi-Cal billing operations. So from a financial standpoint, by way of example, the average advanced life support ambulance transport is about $4,500. The Medi-Cal reimbursement for a typical similar transport is $106 plus mileage. So keep that in mind. So the new IGT program is proposed to have an add-on in calendar year 23 of $946.62. So what that means is that a normal Medi-Cal transport, ALS transport, would be reimbursed at $106 plus mileage. We will now be, with our match, and I'll get to that in just a second, getting on the backside of that an enhanced Medi-Cal transportation reimbursement of $946.92. So the upfront match or the collection requirement in calendar 23 is $586,000 and close to $586,000. Plus there's an administration fee, but the total upfront match is $644,697. So for calendar year, it is estimated that with that upfront match, we would receive back $1.117 million. So in order for us to have the money in the budget to make the match, we have to make a budget adjustment. So there's currently $200,000 in the fiscal year 2022-23 ambulance budget for the anticipated IGT match expense. So we're requesting to increase the revenue by $444,697 and increase appropriations by that same amount so we can make that match. So it is recommended that the board approve the submittal of a letter of intent to the Department of Healthcare Services to allow the county to receive the enhanced Medi-Cal ambulance transportation reimbursement through the Public Provider Ground Emergency Transportation Intergovernmental Transfer Program, and authorize our county administrators sign the letter of intent and all other documents along with this program. It is also recommended that the fiscal year 22-23 ambulance budget be adjusted to recognize revenue in account 476910 by $444,697 and increase appropriations in expense account 528112 by the same amount. Mr. Chairman, this requires a 4/5 vote, and I'll be happy to answer questions.
Okay, I'm going to bring it back to the board. I'm going to start over here on my left with Supervisor Haft. Do you have any questions?
No, I was doing the math along with you, and I think I get it. I think I understand it. And as long as we have participation, our costs will be less in running the ambulance.
We are expecting
overall costs.
So we are expecting to get higher reimbursement
Right.
for the Medi-Cal piece
Right.
of our payer mix.
Right.
Which is going to enhance our ability to, it'll enhance the budget side of the operation.
From what I remember, the Medi-Cal piece of it was pretty high in our payer mix.
So right now, our payer mix concerning the Medi-Cal piece is running around 20%.
20%, okay.
Along with the Medicare piece and the Medi-Cal piece is over 80% of our transports that do not cover their cost.
Right. So this will enhance what we get from the Medi-Cal program by quite a bit over the old system that we've had since 2011.
That's what our anticipation is, yes.
Okay. Any downsides that you can see to this? It just sounds like it's a no-brainer, but what are the downsides that I'm not getting?
So if we don't participate, we're going to go back to what our standard reimbursement rate would be at 106 plus mileage. So there's a huge advantage in submitting our letter of intent and joining this program. Now, the Department of Healthcare Services has let us know that if there's not enough voluntary contribution to the program to offset the non-federal share, and so it's not only our public provider ambulance operation, but it's others that would contribute to this. If there is not enough contribution, DHCS said that they would no longer carry the program forward. We would resort back to the 106.
And that would be participation by public entities in California.
Yes.
Okay, I don't have any other questions.
Correct.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Supervisor.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah. Thanks, Steve. This sounds, I don't, like Supervisor Haft said, I don't hear any downside. I'm just trying to understand it in the simplest terms possible. So so is this reducing the cost for, you have the end consumer, so the person that's riding in the ambulance, that's a Medi-Cal recipient, and then you have the county that's offsetting some of the costs for that Medi-Cal recipient, and then you have the MDA, who we contract with for our ambulance services. Which one of those entities is going to see the direct impact of the cost reduction, or that's going to benefit from the additional offsets, the $444,000?
So let's see if I can answer it this way. So a Medi-Cal recipient, our ability to get reimbursement for an emergency ALS Medi-Cal transported ride is $106 plus mileage. This enhanced ability to draw down revenue or get enhancement would take that all the way up to $960 something dollars. An ALS transport supervisor, on average, is $4,500. So there's still a cost shift that has to happen.
So then that consumer is benefiting from the additional, whatever that balance is between $160 to $900, correct?
So,
and then the county is benefiting because we have to take up the share of that offset because the actual cost is over $4,000, and so we're benefiting. So it sounds like both the consumer and the county as an entity are benefiting.
Yeah, so
Okay.
the Medi-Cal beneficiary...
I was just trying to clarify that.
So the Medi-Cal beneficiary isn't necessarily seeing a benefit.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to get a ride either way. It's how we
I see.
cost recover for that benefit and that ride. And it's going to allow us to cost recover a lot more than we would otherwise be able to cost recover. Thus, the other mechanisms that we utilize for cost shifting do not have to share as much in that cost shift.
Okay. So now, correct me. So the person riding the ambulance, generally, if we're talking people that are using Medi-Cal, whether the cost for that ride is $4,000 or $40,000, they're probably not in a position to be able to pay that. And so somebody has to pay for it. So the county is taking up that bill, correct?
So
what this is doing is reducing our share.
Correct. I want to
Okay.
be clear,
Okay.
Supervisor, that this is an enterprise fund.
Yeah.
So this is a self-sustaining operation. So there is no general fund contribution to sustaining operation. It's completely user fee supported. So when I say cost shift, we have 4 primary payer mixes. We have Medicare, Medi-Cal, we have private pay, and we have independent third-party insurance. That independent third-party insurer is where we get primary cost shift revenue from.
Okay. I think I understand. And so where I'm getting at is, so we renegotiated in April the contract with MDA.
Mm-hmm.
And this was sort of one of the areas that was discussed and that we went over. Does this have any bearing on some of the problems that led to us needing to renegotiate, or does that relationship just stay the same, or does it improve based on this?
So the relationship stays the same. We have a new contract in place. Well, we have an extension of the contract in place. Right. We have built into that contract a cost of living increase, if you will, CPI. And so over the next 4-year time period, we expect that there is going to be increases in that contract. This will certainly go to being able to offset those increases in that contract without a doubt.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Wouldn't it be fair to say that the fund benefits, the enterprise fund is I think Supervisor Campbell's question is who's going to benefit? Is it MDA or the county? And basically it's the enterprise fund. It will be easier for the fund with this cost shifting mechanism because it is higher.
Correct.
In the repayment.
Absolutely.
Supervisor Goldberg, do you have any questions?
Yes. Okay. So in looking at this, Steve, thank you for your presentation. So, overall, right, the upfront costs, this fiscal year appears to be $644,697. But the net, because of the reimbursement, would equal $444,697 after, meeting that. Is that
okay?
I'm trying to
that's where
do the math here.
That's where I'm going to have to make sure we're clear here. All right.
Sure.
So in our budget right now, in the adopted budget, we have $200,000 in a line item that we were going to utilize for IGT match purposes. Now, I mentioned our IGT match is going to be $644,000 and some change. We need to increase that line item to be able to pay that match. We are going to utilize revenue that we expect to receive to also increase the revenue line item so that we can increase the expense line item. Does that make sense? So our revenue we expect to receive is $1.117 million. We are using a portion of that revenue we expect to receive to offset the additional expense in the match.
Okay. Yeah, and that does make sense, and I appreciate that. But, similar to what Supervisor Half said, the end result will be the Ambulance Enterprise Fund will have increased revenue, because of these increased rates, which can offset some of our future obligations that we're looking at. And Supervisor Campbell pointed to it as well, in the contract.
That's exactly what we anticipate.
Okay. Very good. Thank you.
Supervisor Brendan, do you have any questions?
No questions. This seems pretty straightforward. I think mine were similar to Supervisor Half's questions at the beginning, and Steve did a good job explaining it. So thank you.
All right, I'm going to open up to public comment. Any public comment on this item? Any on Zoom? We do? No? Okay. Yeah, and I did reach out to Rebecca. And somebody pointed out to me on the second page, this will be a net increase of $236,000 in a total of $472 in a calendar year. So there's a net at the end of it. So anyways, I never like when you get up and you describe all these different funds, because it's always, have fun with that. But thank you for making it as clear as possible in here. All right, with that being said, I will look for a motion.
I'll go ahead and move on approving the letter of intent to participate in this new Ambulance Medi-Cal Public Provider Ground Emergency Medical Transportation Intergovernmental Transfer Enhanced Reimbursement Program, and authorize the county administrator to sign the letter of intent and all of the related documents, recognizing revenue from fiscal year 22-23 ambulance budget by increasing the account number 4450-402 100-476910 by $444,697, and increasing the appropriations and expense account 4450-402 100-528112 by the same amount.
I'll second, and thank you for making the motion.
So in other words, on staff recommendation.
I didn't know if all that was required. It's a 4/5
All right.
vote, so I thought it was important.
No, it's important. First by Haas, second by Goldenberg. All those in favor, we got to do a roll call.
Supervisor Goldenberg?
Aye.
Supervisor Campbell?
Aye.
Supervisor Kirk?
Aye.
Supervisor Half?
Aye.
Supervisor Brandon?
Aye.
All right, it passes 5-0. Let's see here.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. What item do we have? Number 17. We don't have any other appointments until after. Can we do 17, 20 minutes? That's the question. I say let's do it. Challenge accepted. Please read item number 17.
Item number 17, consideration of providing direction on the use of Tuolumne County's local assistance and tribal consistency fund allocation.
Okay. Tracy Rakes, County Administrator's Office, and Liz did do this memo. Unfortunately, she's unable to be here today, so Eric and I will be filling in. So, as your board is aware, in the American Rescue Plan Act, there was $2 billion that was appropriated to the Department of Treasury for the 22 and 23 fiscal years that were meant to provide additional funding for those counties who had large percentage of public lands. We've been waiting for this. We've been bringing some updates to the board, calling NACO, and we finally got the information. And then we've been working also with Debbie in the Auditor Controller's Office and Kim and Blossom. So in here, what you have is it tells you what the funding is. Essentially, this is additional funding for those counties with a high percentage of public lands, which we know is also a form of payment in lieu of taxes, which is we call PILT. So in here, it talks about the methodology, again, talking about how many acres of public land do you have, and it goes through the types of funding that is in the original memo. Our portion for fiscal year 22 and 23 is $2.6 million for each year for a total of $5.2 million. We have received the first allocation of the $2.6 million, and that is sitting in the American Rescue Act fund and right now collecting interest until your board decides how you would like to use that. As you can see in here, the timeline for that is there is no deadline to expend these funds, and that we will have to do reporting by March 31st of each year. So there's also broad flexibility for use of the funds, essentially for any governmental service other than lobbying. So with that being said, having listened and talked with your board over the last year or two, you've made clear that with this funding coming in, there were some priorities. And one of those were roads, and then we've also been talking about fire. And so what I did was I actually reached out to Kim and Blossom, or Liz did through my request, and asked them if they have what I call them shovel-ready or construction-ready projects, meaning something they could go out to put out to bid fairly quickly. And so those projects that are in the memo are the ones that were provided to us that would be ready for them if they wanted to issue contract. They could be put out to bid, and they can give you more details, but probably next spring is what I would think is we would see that work take place. So if you look at the total on that, it is a total of $4 million, almost 4.1. That leaves a remaining, if your board were to fund those projects, that would leave a remaining almost $1.2 million. $1.2 million actually is just the perfect amount we need to fund an additional Schedule A contract for CAL FIRE. And so in here you'll see recommendation is for staff for you to consider funding road projects, but also allocating a portion of this funding to go towards fire services in Tuolumne County. And we would come back with a presentation and a conversation about what that would be, where that would be, and working with CAL FIRE to get that done. So with that being said, you do have Kim and Blossom here. I know there were some questions about other roads, what else might be able to happen, what can we do with various different types of funding. So we're here to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, I'm going to bring it to the board. Are there any questions? And I will start with Supervisor Campbell.
No questions. Maybe, so what was so we have this list of the 4 road projects. How did those 4 get to did you just take the 4 top ones from the list and that's the 4 recommended projects, or what was the rationale for recommending those 4?
So we use our Street Saver program, and we looked at kind of what rose to the top next in needing repairs. And those 4, we also worked with our road superintendent to see where a lot of complaints come in, and that's how we determined that list.
Okay, so based on PCI and then level of complaints.
Correct.
Okay, and then so we're talking about shovel-ready projects. So all 4 of these are shovel-ready, and what does that mean?
They'll be shovel-ready to go out to bid in the spring. So we'll complete some minimal design work in-house, prepare the specifications, and they'll be ready to hit the streets in early spring to bid.
Okay, so it's the design and engineering portion of it that, as we know, is a lot more expensive and takes a lot more time than people usually think. These 4 projects are further along in that process than many of the others that we might need to do. Is that correct?
The work is different. We'd be able to do the design in-house on these, so it would be fairly affordable compared to hiring a design engineer.
Okay.
And we could do it over the winter and have these ready to go in the spring.
Okay, so the PCI is lower, complaints are higher, and they're in a position where we could do the work faster.
Correct.
Okay.
And they generally meet the board goals of dedicating funding to arterials, majors, and minors.
Okay.
Though there is a segment of Crystal Falls local included.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Goldberg?
So, keying in on what CAO Riggs said, there's no deadline on this, right? so we don't need to have to grab, X projects just because they're shovel ready now doesn't mean that other projects can be evaluated and made shovel ready as well. Is that correct? Okay. I see in here, and Kim McFarland and I had recent discussions regarding traffic counts, Lions Ball Mountain Road. I did see that there was a counter put out there, but now it's gone. How many days was that put out?
We did a 48-hour count. Unfortunately, we had some technical difficulties with the equipment, and we'll be reperforming that count this week, also a 48-hour count.
Well, and again, as discussed, I would suggest a longer count that includes at least a solid week, including weekends and weekdays, because there's a lot of traffic that goes up, especially for indigeny and other areas. When I look at this chart recommended, right? I see District 3 has got 2 projects mentioned, Twain Harte Drive. Absolutely no brainer, in my mind. But I look at Middle Camp Sugar Pine Road, and yeah, it may be shovel ready, but what's the amount of traffic? And yeah, it appears to be a minor collector, where Lions Ball Mountain Road is not considered such because there's no out, from it, right? It just goes out and goes dead end.
Lions Bald Mountain is a minor collector.
It is a minor collector as well? Okay. So, anyways, I don't think we need to be in a rush to approve projects that just because they're shovel ready right now, we could do some further evaluation. Other than that, CO Riggs also talked about the possibility of some of the funds being used towards the fire side, and I'm personally, my own background and being chair of the Fire Safety Advisory Committee, I'm totally in favor of going down that road. Where we use that would remain to be seen. It would become a board decision to allocate funding, towards the fire services. But by all means, it's pretty clear in my mind that we've definitely got a shortage in coverage in the Columbia area. So we could, look at what can we do there, whether it be a new fire station, a contract, housing equipment at the college, or anything in between. So, but that's kind of outside the roadside. So, roadside. Yeah. Anyways, pun not intended. So, okay, that's my questions. Thank you.
All right, Supervisor Half, would you like to go next?
Well, I think I might have a question in here, but it sounds like we're having comments too, so I'm going to just put all of mine together. And Supervisor Brandon, since you're not in the room right now, I just handed out a handout from Kim McFarland that was sent via email today at 9:25, because I had asked for a list of road projects that were from all the districts. Let me back up a little bit here. Ever since we found out about the ARP funding, we also heard that in addition to the ARP funding that we were going to be getting, there was $2 billion that once they figured out how to get the formula for it, for public lands, counties in the United States would get funding. And typically that public lands funding is for roads. And I used to call it the Ron Wyden money because he was the sponsor from Oregon of this $2 billion. So they finally got it worked out just this year. But all along, anytime you'll see, if you look back in past board meetings, anytime this $2 billion was mentioned, I was a very firm proponent of this going exclusively to roads. Our PCI is atrocious, and anything we can do to move it 1 decimal point better is what I want to do. Secondly, I would be remiss in not advocating for all districts to have some project. So that's why I asked for this handout. And I would like to see for District 4 either the Old Wards Ferry reconstruction, which is 2 miles. It is a high cost. It's almost $3 million. But it has to be one of the worst roads in our county. I know there is no mechanism because it's a local road. It's not even a minor collector. And there's no mechanism whatsoever to get this road paved over. And we have claims against the county for ruined tires, what's it called that holds a tire, those things, and sprained ankles from people that are walking on the road. So that would be my first choice, but if we have to go with a lesser one, then the Merced Falls Road chip seal, which is only $500,000, would be my next choice, and it would match what the other county has already done in Mariposa to make that road a better thoroughfare. So I think we will have in a forthcoming discussion, not in today's meeting, with the CFDs, the Community Facilities District. We will have discussions on how to possibly fund our fire stations throughout the county. So I would like to really look at exploring spending all of this funding that is going to be coming in the next couple of years for a project in each district, and that is my recommendation.
Supervisor Campbell, do you have any comments, questions?
Well, I did.
You did do
I did ask questions. I do have comments, but I'm willing to wait till after public comment in case anybody has anything they want to say.
Okay, I'm going to go Supervisor Brandon. If you have any questions or if you want to add your comments, now's your time.
I don't have any questions, and I can hold my comments.
Okay, so I'm going to bring it to the public. Does the public have any comments on the item? All right, good afternoon.
Carl Baker from Columbia. I like roads, but we don't have a fire department, basically, not a functioning one. We had a community forum, and 100, maybe 150 people showed up because someone's house burned down, and we had to wait for people to come from Sonora and Jamestown. You know, when I talk to my insurance company, they say my fire station is in Jamestown. None of the others count. In looking at the municipal service reviews and the old grand jury reports for Columbia Fire District, there's a lot of problems. There's a defiant attitude and always wanting to go alone. And that's an impediment to improving things for the people who live in Columbia, because the fire district is for protecting us from fire. There was a forum last week with both candidates for the open board on the Columbia Fire District, and both Stan Steiner and Barry Rudolph supported entering a co-op agreement with the county, at least entering talks about it. So that's a good sign. Regardless of how that election goes, there's a path forward with that. It's more important that we have, the community awareness is way up about what's going on with the fire district and what needs to be done to get us a functioning fire district, get a Schedule 8 station. There's a CAL FIRE coverage hole in Columbia, so there's good potential for sharing costs with the state for improving service to Columbia. The more important thing is really that there's a lot of impediments. Where does this go? How does it work with the existing assets of the fire district? But we have people that are involved. We're watching. We're trying to make things go in the right direction. So I would support definitely funding for a Schedule A station. I don't know how it works with what funds from where and how it goes, but anything that pushes forward the probability of getting, paid professional coverage for Columbia, I'm all for that. The other thing, just listening to the conversation, as I said, I worked for Caltrans. Every time I heard boards of supervisors get into districts, my district, your district, it's a losing thing. This isn't Calaveras County. We're better than that. So really, do the roads that are most important.
All right, thank you, sir. Any other public comment? Come on up.
My name is Stan Steiner. I'm chairman of the Board of Directors of Columbia Fire Protection District. And we've got a big fire problem out there. And the big fire problem is that Columbia Fire Protection District has been a voluntary station ever since it's been built. Well, the volunteers are gone. And we have an annual revenue of $87,000 a year to operate a fire station all year long. With volunteers for the last 10 years, we were able to maintain a 24/7 fire station out there and covered the whole area from the top of Big Hill to Tuttletown. It was basically, and that was all on the backs of the constituents of the 1 square mile protection district. Now, the way we were able to operate as we did, especially with volunteers, was we acquired 1 truck and sent it to the fires with strike teams and took the money for the equipment rental. And then we did that until we bought another truck, and then we bought another truck, and we were able to maintain on $87,000 a year revenue to run a 24-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week station and not have a problem. Then all of a sudden, the perfect storm hit. Schools were shut down. The volunteers were short. Probably 20% of the fire operations in California, anybody that was close to retiring, retired. And now there's a big lack. Everybody's fighting over firefighters. And when you only got enough money annually to maybe hire 1 paid fireman, it doesn't work real well. And the Columbia area needs a Schedule 1 fire engine. Whether it goes to Columbia Fire Protection, whether you build a new fire station at airport, whether it goes to the college, or if it goes under a shade tree somewhere. You got to have a professional. I'm not going to say professional because all firefighters are professionals. Let's get this straight. Whether you're a volunteer or whether you're paid $150,000 a year, you're still a professional firefighter. But we need paid. Right now, the world has turned. The volunteer is gone, and the paid station is what needs to be done. And so, regardless where it goes, Columbia needs a Schedule 1 fire engine. If you got any questions, I'll answer them. If not, thank you.
All right, any other public comment in the room? I don't see any. I'm going to go to Zoom. Any on Zoom? Okay, I'm going to bring it back to the board. Would you like to go first for your?
I can.
Okay, and then Supervisor Brandon after.
Okay. Campbell. Thank you for the comments and for the board's sharing their opinions too. I just want to start out by highlighting. Thank you so much to Kim, to Blossom, to Tracy, to Eric, all of the work that went into this prior to getting to this point, because what we have here is a very good problem to have, which we have a lot of things that we need resources for, and we have to define which ones they are. And just to highlight, in case people aren't aware, that this kind of thing doesn't happen by accident. This money was talked about. They gave it a different name at the time when we were first talking about it, but it was talked about in conjunction with the American Rescue Plan Act and payment in lieu of tax counties, a year and a half, 2 years ago. And staff got to work way back then figuring out which projects would fall into the criteria that might work out with this funding that we just heard about. They didn't even know if it was going to happen or not. So, but here they are. We just heard that this allocation was available a few weeks ago, and here we are with a complete, ready-to-go plan from staff. So I really just wanted to highlight and give you guys a whole lot of kudos, because many other counties aren't as prepared as Tuolumne County is for this. So that being said, like Supervisor Half, when we first heard about this money becoming available, I was a very strong advocate that it all go to roads. And that's where I began with this. And I think that Mr. Baker's comment that we can't get into the, what we have in my district or in my district, we can't get into that conversation. We need to have a criteria that's fixed, that's impartial, and basically we need to decide, do we want to put this money into roads? And if so, we need to give Public Works a strong hand in defining where that goes, because they know better than anybody where that money can be best spent. And when we're talking about roads, I mean, it almost doesn't matter. I mean, we have so many roads below 40 PCI that you could put tens of millions of dollars into all of them and not be able to fix them. So we need to come up with some way to prioritize that. I think Public Works has a good criteria, and so I want to stick to that. But that being said, there is the question of this balance, this 1.2 million almost, that staff is recommending go toward fire. I will say that I do tend to think that, looking at that amount of money, that is another road project. And that is kind of where I started, is that I thought this money should go to roads, and I'm still there. However, if it is at the pleasure of the board that we do want to allocate a portion of this money toward fire, which, it's kind of like you're having to choose between your two favorite children, roads and fire protection. I mean, hello, we need both of them. So I'm committed that whether this money goes into fire or into another road project, we need to make sure we do both. We need to continue to find money for the road projects and for fire. That being said, I do tend to side that I would like to see us come up with at least a fifth road project. But if it is the pleasure of the board to put that into fire, I would support it 100% and not oppose that at all. But my preference is for another road project on that.
Okay. Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. I wanted to echo what Supervisor Campbell had mentioned, the advocacy of the National Association of Counties, and then our staff being ready to apply and receive this funding and go after it. That's amazing. This is a huge amount of funding coming in based on the fact that we have a lot of federal lands that don't pay normal taxes, and we talk about that in kind of a revenue situation. This is one of the few things that we are constantly advocating for as representatives, to say that we need these kind of good neighbor arrangements. We need these types of funds coming in. So that's huge. And yeah, hats off to our staff. It's amazing to be at this point right now. I want to echo too that we're choosing between in this flexible funding that can go to really any purpose. I think as we're asking taxpayers and putting something on the ballot, we're giving them the choice to be able to help support and create the sustainable revenue that we need for the services. It's so important for this board to put it to those three priorities. And I think that's what I've heard from everybody today too, that we're all on the same page. We've got meat and potato issues that we need to work on. We've inherited a lot of deferred maintenance, and we inherited a lot of service gap coverage. So we have to address all these issues, and I fully support 100% of this funding going to those kind of key critical public safety areas that we've identified. I am okay, and I think it was a fair arrangement with how the projects were done for the road system. And I would encourage everybody, we have to think about this from a kind of county perspective there, but at the same point, it could be potentially evaluated. And I understand that, but there is such a huge need in our county. I mean, roads, we do need to make a major investment in, but it's an existential threat when we talk about fire. We talk about a community getting wiped out and the inability to respond to a call. There's a few different fire service gaps in the county. There's a few districts that are struggling, but I think none worse right now than the Columbia Fire Protection District that is in an extremely difficult position. And I think we've heard from the candidates running for that and from the community very loudly that they want a solution. They want county assistance and are asking, what do we bring to the table in that? So having this funding be available to, I think, get us on the right path to cover that area, which is a huge gap. And it is every year at fire risk. Even during my very short tenure on the board, it's had a number of fires we thought may threaten that area. That we really need to keep a portion of this to go to the fire coverage. And I want to thank staff for their very thoughtful allocation of how this is split up. I did have one question. This was just related to between Jamestown Road and others, and this is to Kim. I can only see the board. Is Kim still up there?
Yes, we're here.
Great, okay. I'm going to assume they're great. I'm assuming she's sitting there. I wanted to ask when some of those projects were set. There is one other road area I wanted to bring attention to, specifically that's Golf Links Road, which has not been in many of these capital improvement project lists, yet is going to have a lot more traffic from the incoming development projects. And rightly just asking about whether there's a study of where this funding could go for that.
So, Supervisor Brandon, this is Blossom. I'll answer that. The development project that's going on currently out there on Golf Links will be improving the road along their frontage and up to Shabrolean Lane, and then improving Shabrolean Lane out to Highway 108. So they'll be doing some significant work on that segment of Golf Links, and most of the traffic for that development should be using that route. So that takes care of part of it.
Okay. This may be something just to discuss in the future, but I think some of the projects we set haven't accounted for the current kind of growth. But with that, I really support the staff recommendation on this and want to thank them for all their hard work.
Okay, I'm going to close it out.
I didn't have a chance.
Oh, you didn't?
Nope.
Yeah, you made comments.
Well, the very first was, I mean, there's been a lot of information shared since.
Okay, do you have additional comments?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, just in looking at, what Supervisor Half distributed and the projects and comparing with what was presented by staff, I am, as I stated earlier, in favor of, we don't have to rush into this. We have time. And so we can do studies, staff work to get project shovel ready. I'm looking at the number one item on that chart, Crystal Falls Drive, amount of $1,305,000. Jamestown Road, $870,000, realizing what Supervisor Brandon just spoke to. Twain Harte Drive, a little over $1 million. Merced Falls Road, $500,000, and Lions Ball Mountain chip seal, $435,000. When you add all those up, it comes up to a little over $4 million. It's $4,170,000. If we have $5.2 million, it generally leaves $1 million left over, which again I would be in favor of using to. And we know that it costs roughly $1 million a year in staffing, notwithstanding the cost of building a fire station, but $1 million a year to staff a fire station full time. And I would suggest that goes somewhere in the Columbia area, yet to be determined. So that's my comments.
Okay.
Can you restate, Supervisor Goldenberg, what you're recommending? I didn't quite get it.
So I'd recommend the 5 projects, and you kind of pointed to them, Supervisor.
4 projects?
The 5 on your chart that you just distributed to us and said that this was emailed to us this morning, right? So I was working off of that chart, which now I understand what staff recommendation is on the agenda item.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is eliminate the middle camp and add in the Lions Ball Mountain and Merced Falls Road. And that's where I came up with those numbers of 4.1, almost 4.2 million, and the 5.2 million, which equates to having $1 million used towards the fire station.
Thank you for that clarification.
You bet.
Okay. I haven't had questions or comment yet, but I'm going to do it right here. And we might wrap it up because I know how to count to 3, and I don't like doing that. But I want to say a few things, and that is, being up here for the last 4 years, I can't tell you how many times I've sat here as a board member and seen other districts get, specifically 4 with John Gray, get a ton of what I thought was road work, but it was in the best interest. It was in staff recommendations, and it made sense. So if District 3 wasn't on here, I would definitely be advocating as well. But the thing that comes to mind the most is that, and again, I'm not trying to pitch this because I have 2 projects in here. I'm just trying to tell you where I'm at. We have money right now to do road work right now. Our constituents scream at us all the time to do road work, and we all of a sudden have $4 or $5 million worth of money to do road work. We have projects that are potentially ready. I don't know how long it would take to bring back other roads, and maybe those roads would take a year or 2 to develop, and then we could implement them. If I'm being told we could probably do this in spring or summer of next year and actually put some money into our roads, that's ecstatic. That's taking away, the fact that there's 2 in my district. Just the fact that we can get money on the ground into these roads is great. When it comes to the fire thing, I had the very same concerns that Supervisor Campbell had, which was, if this is similar to PILT, then this all needs to go to roads. I do know there's an issue at Columbia Fire. We've been hearing about it. I've been asking the CAO some questions. I believe our board wants to address that sooner or later. The question is, do we address it sooner or do we address it later? This is an opportunity to address it sooner. The question I have before me is, do I want to do that, or do I want to look for other ways or resources to do it? I don't really want to get into splitting the baby too much because, like, when we talk about, and I'll just give you one example. If we talk about Lion Bald Mountain Road, which is a minor collector, the PCI index, which is really important for me, is 61, whereas some of these other ones are well below 30. So, I mean, just for Middle Camp alone, if you were to scratch that, Lions Bald Mountain Road already has a 36% better PCI than that. So I believe these were brought to us not to, and I get it. I don't think these were brought to us based on staff recommendations, knowing that they're going to get crap from certain board members because they're not in their district. Because I was a supervisor who would give you guys crap after meetings. Why the hell isn't District 3 in here? And let me give you one really good example because I brought it up. Even though I have 2 projects in here, I said, why is North Tuolumne Road not on this? The PCI index is between 0 and 13. It's horrible. So I could advocate all day for all District 3. But this was brought to us without any board influence. It's projects that are pretty much shovel ready. The question I have in front of me is, do I want to do fire now or later? I am leaning towards, here's what I'm going to support. I'm going to support staff recommendations, including fire. And the reason why I'm okay with not putting another road in there is because, for instance, Lions Bald Mountain Road, the PCI index, that doesn't, for me, they all need to be addressed, but things like that, it's got a 61% PCI index. So I'd rather put money towards fire, towards Supervisor Brandon's district, Columbia Fire, when it comes to life-saving measures versus a road that's probably does need to be fixed, but it's relatively holding on. So with that being said, I love you, but I don't love you guys. I have to work with you, okay? But I appreciate you guys both. So that I heard in the Lord, yeah. I heard Supervisor Campbell support it. I think I heard Supervisor Brandon support it. I would like more support, but I do want to move this along. I don't want to drag this out for months, 6 months, a year to potentially get one more road project. So I will make a motion for that, but I will open it back up.
One quick question to staff, because the Lions Ball Mountain is showing 3 miles. But my understanding is the section of Lions Ball Mountain Road has a much, much lower PCI. And can you tell me that amount, please? It's about a half a mile section. And I think this is important to realize.
There is a 1,976-foot long segment, approximately 1 mile in from Greenlee Road, that has a PCI of 31. The next half mile, has a PCI of 96. If we want to go first half mile, 55, second half mile, 83, third 2,000 feet, 31, then a half mile of 96, a half mile of 54, 2,000 feet of 51, 400 feet
Sounds pretty
of
good to me.
48,
So,
and
you might want to stop reading that. That's just making my decision more.
After that, the last about mile and a half drops.
I got 0
significantly.
through 13 on North Walmy Road.
Okay,
So
it's really
that's
the
why I
one-
don't want to split the baby, like Supervisor Campbell said. So I'm going to make a motion.
Could I clarify a little
Sure.
bit? So I'm not sure if you are interpreting, I wasn't quite clear, but what my motion would be is to approve of the 4 listed projects and then direct staff to develop another project or projects with the remainder of the money. It would not be.
Oh, I thought you said you would
approve staff recommendation. No,
Okay, I thought you said
Supervisor Half and I are.
Okay.
Are
Then
on the
forgive
same
me.
page with
I
that.
thought you said you would be in favor of a potential 5th unless the board wants to support 5.
If it was a majority of the board that wanted to approve staff recommendation, I wouldn't oppose it, but my preference is that we would approve the 4 projects now and then direct staff to return with additional road projects.
Can we split the baby on that motion? 4 now, bring back a 5th or potential fire, or?
So right now, what we're getting is direction from your board. We will return with the budget action once we have direction. So yes, I mean, you only have the 2.6 million, but we won't go out until next spring anyway. So yes, if you tell us now, we will incorporate that into a budget action that will return. You can do anything from nothing to up to the 5.2 million for decisions today. So you have some latitude here.
Okay, so I'll look for.
I'd like to make one more comment to refine what Supervisor Campbell said. I'd like to see a 5th project not in the current districts listed, and if there's any remaining money, it go to fire. I'd like to see staff recommendation for a 5th project for roads using this money, and if there's any remaining money, it go to Columbia Fire to help start the process there.
So can I clarify? Approve the 4 and then come back with the 5th.
Approve the 4.
Approve the 4. Ask staff recommendation for a 5th. That is, and then move from there.
Okay.
To tune into this really quick, I think it's been pretty clear that there's a need for a Schedule A station in Columbia that has a certain level of cost. And so if we were to see $200,000 put into it, I don't think that gives our staff the tools to be able to have a meeting in good faith with the district to say the county would like to establish this because they won't have the funding to actually start it up. It was not that long ago that we had a discussion about Groveland and the need for fire services there and the immediate need because it could happen imminently. There could have been a fire on the 120 corridor. And instead of gambling to say, well, we're going to bet that it didn't happen this year, we took $1 million of ARP funding and front loaded that to then transition that into a full service contract. I think that's in line with what we've done. We see a need with that and our identified priorities. And the way that staff have done this is a really solid balance. Certainly, I would love to see more funding coming to District 5 when it comes to road projects. I think it's a fairly equal distribution in a lot of ways. What Supervisor Goldenberg brought up, I can understand, and that, I think is okay to me as well. But we really need to keep the funding in there for the fire support. And so if it does not have that, or it's reducing that proportion to an amount that we can't actually sit down at the table and say, this is what we're bringing, then I can't support this.
So can I ask a question just based on what he said real quick, which was if, say it comes back at a later date, how quick could we, whether it's with leftover money or whatnot, how does it take to get a Schedule A with Columbia? Because I'm thinking about next fire season as well.
So it took us about 60 days to get the last contract amendment and get staff hired, but Chief Wood is here if you would like him to speak to that.
No, it's just 60 days.
It took about 60 days.
How long will it take you guys to bring something back with a 5th road? After lunch.
We have one right in front of you. We have some roads proposed already in that handout from this morning, but if you'd like us to go back and refine the list even more so, we can certainly do that.
Do you want to carry this over to after lunch and pick a road and have that conversation?
I'd like to make a motion.
Well, hold on. I just want to entertain if
It'd be nice not to have staff come back again.
Well,
They've got other-
we
other
have
work
to
to
give our staff a lunch break, at least an hour. So we either got to figure this out in 8 minutes, or we can, in the next hour, figure out what road, district.
If I may too, if we're having a discussion about a new project and to go away for lunch and then come back with a new idea, I don't like the optics on that. I think it'd be better to have that discussion right now.
No, we would have the discussion. It's just maybe a board member has some questions, and then when we come back after lunch, we could say, this is the road, that I would like, and Campbell can say, this is the road I would like, and then we have that discussion.
Well, I'd still like to state that public safety is an extremely high priority of ours.
Yeah.
And by choosing one more road, we're saying we don't care about public safety.
No,
and I think that's wrong.
not right.
No, I think that's wrong, because there is a huge hole.
Then let's
in
put all of our
coverage.
money in roads. Or all of our money in public safety.
No,
That's
that's
an
not-
inaccurate statement.
If I look
I would
down
move-
the list, so we have the 4 projects at the very top of this list that was just provided to us. The next project, Tuolumne Road North, that's 4.8 million, so that's well beyond the remaining funds. So I'm just talking out loud here. So I would propose we push that one off. LaGrange Road, also $7.4 million, well outside of the remaining funds. Phoenix Lake Road, $900,000.
How much do we have to work with? How much money?
$1.2 million about.
$1.2 million, okay.
But I know that we're working on other funding streams through TCTC.
It's also got a high
potentially with
TCI.
that, right? For Phoenix Lake Road.
No, we don't have a plan right now for Phoenix Lake Road.
We were just
We have
Okay.
a small Highway Safety Improvement Program
okay.
project going out to bid in the spring from Ridgewood to Paseo de las Portales, but it doesn't include an
Words
overlay.
Ferry.
Okay. So if we keep working on that one and we go to the next one down, is Merced Falls. Okay, that's a chip seal. It's $500,000. Okay, that's a project in District 4. That leaves $700,000 that could then be allocated toward fire. How does that sound? So
I prefer Supervisor Goldenberg's recommendation.
I would just go with staff recommendation and let it be at that.
So you're back to staff recommendation?
Yeah. I mean, sure, I've, tried to make an argument on
No, I know.
roads, but I would go with staff recommendation.
yeah, and I'm
If I may,
Hold on, Campbell or Jaron, 1 second. Campbell was saying something.
Oh, so that anyway, that was my idea, is that we use Merced Falls Road chip seal as the 5th project, and then the remainder go to the Schedule A, which gets us most of the way there. And by the way, we have a text measure, and we have other potential sources of funding that could be coming that we don't necessarily know yet. And that is an ongoing cost that, whether we have the upfront money or not, we're going to have to find a way to pay for it down the road anyway. Whereas a road, once it's built, you get several years out of it. So anyway, that's my argument.
So is that, I'm hearing lots of ideas.
My
Do
idea is that Merced Falls
for
Road would be
$500,000
the 5th project, and that the remainder, which would be reduced but still be over $700,000, go toward the staff recommended
Is that your motion?
fire idea.
Supervisor
Chairman
Campbell?
Kirk, you told me to hold my comments.
Yes. Please share your comments, and then and then I'll look for some
Thank you.
motions.
So I agree that I could see this being more equitably distributed between road projects. I liked Supervisor Goldenberg's initial recommendation of the removal of Middle Camp, and then redividing that between the 2 projects that were identified to keep lines bald in good condition and to be able to do Merced Falls. I just think that 20% of this towards such a huge issue as fire would be in line with what we've done for other community risks, and that's our staff recommendation. And that gives us the most flexibility at the table to find a solution and have a discussion for what, in all honesty, has been an issue since we passed the county fire plan in 1974. It's really been a long-standing problem. I know that these are all important issues, but when I weigh a road project for one specific section of maintenance versus the existential risk of a fire breaking out in an irreplaceable state park that brings in millions and millions, not to mention the community as a whole there, I have to add the weight into fire. So my recommendation for a motion would be along Supervisor Goldenberg's original, which is to remove the Middle Camp Road project and redistribute that to Lions Bald Mountain and the Merced Falls project, and then maintain the rest for staff recommendation.
Okay, and I have a clarifying question of Supervisor Goldenberg. How much money did that leave for fire, your suggestion?
That would leave just what we need as far as my understanding is $1 million, which is what we gave to Groveland and what it takes to staff and operate a fire station.
Okay, I'd like to move on that and support your suggestion, and so that's my recommendation.
I need clarification.
Second.
I need clarification. It was to what? Can somebody else tell me what the motion is?
So
It's all 4 plus the fire.
Take out Middle Camp.
Take out Middle Camp.
Redistribute the Middle Camp funds to Merced Falls and Lions Bald Mountain, and then the remaining going to fire. I just do want to clarify, a Schedule A fire contract is $1.2 million. It's not $1 million. So we backfilled a bit of that with what was in the fire fund for Groveland, but we will be coming back with a reconciliation with Safer Grant, what that happens for this year with combination of whatever, if you allocate anything now. But I just want to make sure I clarify that the personnel is more than $1 million. It's about 1.2.
Okay. So the motion is to remove Sugar Pine, add Merced Falls and Lions Ball, and then the remaining of the funds to fire. Am I clear? Yes. Okay, so motion by half. Let me get back to my paper. Motion by half, and is there a second?
Yeah,
I think Brandon seconded it already.
Brandon second.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor say aye. We're going to do a roll call.
Supervisor Goldenberg?
Aye.
Supervisor Campbell?
I'm sorry, I just need some clarification. So it's Lions Bald, Merced Falls, Jamestown, Crystal Falls Drive, Twainhart Drive, and then the remainder into fire without. Okay.
Supervisor Campbell or
Yeah.
Board Chair, the only thing staff would recommend if you're going to pull between the two, Middle Camp, Sugar Pine, and Twainhart Drive, that you would pull Twainhart Drive.
Why would you recommend that?
Because of the PCI and the need for the complaints that are driven by Sugar Pine, Middle Camp, and maintenance.
I get more. I would rather leave Twainhart because of the fire evacuation route that could be used potentially.
Okay.
And it's what is Twainhart? Twainhart is a
41.
Right, but I'm trying to look at the major collector. And what's the other one?
25.
No. Where
Sugar
am I at?
Pine.
Sugar Pine is.
It's a minor collector.
Sugar Pine is a minor collector.
Just a point of order. We are in the middle of a vote right now.
That's right.
Okay. So the motion. So I had a first by Supervisor Half, second by Brandon. We got to do roll call.
Unless there's a counter motion.
Yeah, I'll make a. Is it too late to make a counter?
Nope. Go
motion?
for it.
Okay. The second motion.
We were in the middle of voting. It was too late.
So we're going to do
Supervisor Goldenberg had already cast a vote.
We're going to do a counter motion.
So the counter motion I would make is to go with the staff recommended action.
Okay, so the counter motion is now on the floor. So we'll vote on that one first.
And what does that exactly say?
Staff recommendation.
Staff recommendation, straight down the line, what was in the board memo.
Okay, so we have a first.
That way it would be the 4 projects and the
and the fire.
Fire, yeah.
Okay. This is always fun, huh, guys? Okay, so first by super.
So I would like to make a third, because I kind of like the last recommendation based upon the PCI, and that would leave sufficient money for Columbia Fire. So my motion
But
would.
hold on, you guys are talking about PCI when Lionsville Mountain Road has a 61%
I know.
PCI. So what?
I know. So I'm
That was my
I'm
argument.
gonna make a third motion to include Crystal Falls Drive, Middle Camp Road, Jamestown Road, strike Twain Hart Drive, add Lions Bald Mountain, add Merced Falls, and the remainder, which would be more sufficient for Columbia Fire.
All right, I have a new motion to trump your motion.
No, you get three.
Oh, you
No,
get
you
three?
only have
Oh, my
three.
gosh.
You
you
get
guys-
three.
Your argument is PCI, but yeah, that's the highest PCI road.
You know, it
The
has
Twin Heart evacuation route is going to be on Twin Heart Drive.
Middle Camp is also a big evacuation route.
It feeds the Twin Heart.
It's a motion. Do I hear a
Question to
second?
staff. What
Is there
does
a
that
second?
leave for fire? I'll second. But I'd like to know what that leaves for fire, just the specific number.
More than $1 million. I think we have somebody like Blossom calculating it right now.
Okay, good. I know it's kind of close.
Can you reiterate, Tracy?
Kathleen's motion, the road cost would be $3,935,000.
Okay, and what are the roads included in the motion?
Crystal Falls Drive, Middle Camp, Sugar Pine, Jamestown Road, Merced Falls Road, and Lions Bald Mountain.
Twin Heart homeowners are going to be calling you.
Okay.
Okay. I second Supervisor Half's motion.
All right, so I have a first by Supervisor, and I can't make a counter motion, so first by Supervisor Half, second by Supervisor Brandon. Roll call.
Supervisor Goldenberg. Supervisor Campbell.
So we're basically replacing Twain Hart Drive with Middle Camp, which was your motion.
Right.
Okay. Aye.
Supervisor Kirk.
Abstain.
Supervisor Half.
Aye.
Supervisor Brandon.
Aye.
All right, passes 4 with Kirk abstaining. Thank you guys for the conversation. I know these ones suck.
We love you. We still love
Hey,
you.
the Twin Heart Homeowners Association is going to be calling all 4 of you guys. So,
Yeah.
but that's okay. That's the world we live in.
Supervisor Kirk,
okay.
if just as a reminder for the board, I'm sorry, before we go, when we bring this back as a budget item, it will require a 4/5 vote. So I just want to make sure that you guys are thinking about that as we move forward.
Let that sink in because we always change stuff up. So we should go with our decisions. Okay. All right.
We should probably listen to staff a little more, maybe.
That was my recommendation.
And I agree.
Well, initially we wanted to go with staff recommendations, so.
That was my motion.
The second
It's
one.
done. Right?
Thank you for enduring
All right,
us,
everybody,
you guys.
go eat some
Thank you.
lunch and a beer. No, don't do a beer. It's too early. All right, see you back at 1:30. All right, time got away from me. Good morning. Good afternoon. Welcome back. It is November 1st. We're going to get started with our 1:30 appointment. So clerk of the board, would you please read that item?
1:30 p.m. 1, public hearing to consider Buddhist ordinance for zone change RZ 22-005 to rezone a 2.34 acre parcel for RE-3 AIR and OAIR residential estate 3 acre minimum airport combining and open space airport combining to RE3 AIR residential estate 3 acre minimum airport combining. The project proposes to remove the open space zoning of 0.85 acres from the property under Title 17 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code.
All right, staff. Good afternoon.
Hi, I'm Natalie Rizzi, Senior Planner with Community Development Department, and the first item we have is Zone Change RZ 22-005. The project consists of ordinance for zone change RZ 22-005 to rezone a 2.34 acre parcel from RE3 Air and O Air to RE3 Air. The project proposes to remove 0.85 acres of open space zoning from the property, resulting in the entire parcel being zoned RE3 air.
And Natalie, before you get started, before I forget, I want to make sure we open up the public hearing. So we are open. Continue. No, it wasn't. I had help, believe me. Sarah.
All right. The project is located at 9655 Poppy Hills Drive in Sonora, assessor's parcel number 039430022. The Tuolumne County General Plan designation is currently HR or Homestead Residential, which is consistent with the RE3 and air zoning. A large portion of the site within the existing footprint of the open space has been used as a corral, and the proposed addition of a 20 by 60 foot storage building would be consistent with the HR General Plan designation. The proposed rezoning would remove the open space zoning on the site indicated by the hatched area. This open space zoning and adjacent parcels in the Poppy Hill subdivision was established with the approval of a subdivision map on June 8, 1993. The establishment of the open space areas within the subdivision was intended to mitigate for cumulative impacts to wildlife. Per a general plan implementation measure that was in effect at the time, a 20% allocation of land to open space was agreed upon by the land developer when the subdivision was approved. Open Space 1 zoning was utilized to protect cultural resources within the subdivision, which is not within the current project site. Here is a site plan of the proposed storage building relative to the existing house and oak trees. The storage building is proposed to be built in a level area within the existing corral area that has been in use for a long time, established by previous owners. The area proposed for the storage building has been disturbed by previous owners. Due to the location of existing infrastructure and buildings, easements, and underground power lines, locating the building in another location would not be feasible. This image shows the approximate location of the building relative to the current open space zone on the parcel. This is a recent image taken by staff of the approximate building site proposed for the storage building. Some larger oaks are intended to be left alone. As indicated within the site plan on the previous slide, 4 oak trees are located within the open space, which will be retained by the property owner. The remainder of the open space has been disturbed and much of it is void of vegetation. This is a view looking south towards the intersection of Poppy Hills Road and State Route 49. The owner intends to leave these oak trees in place. The owner has worked with a registered forester to protect existing oak trees on site. Staff has reviewed the project and believes it is exempt from further environmental review pursuant to Section 15061B of the state CEQA guidelines, as it is an activity covered under the general rule that CEQA only applies to projects which have the potential for causing a significant effect on the environment. This project would not result in an increase in the number of parcels or land use intensity or density. A cultural resource study was conducted for the Poppy Hills subdivision map. The survey identified one cultural site that was protected with Open Space 1 zoning, and this site is not on the current parcel. The initial study prepared for the Poppy Hill subdivision indicated that an implementation measure of the general plan policy that was in effect at the time was used to establish open space requirements. Site inspections by staff determined that the area of open space mainly contains annual grassland habitat, which is a 4th priority habitat. Construction of the storage building would not impact oak trees on site. The area has been heavily disturbed by previous owners. There are no special status species in the vicinity of the project site. The Tuolumne County Airport Land Use Commission reviewed the project at their meeting on September 22, 2022, and voted unanimously that the rezoning of the open space was compatible with the county's airport land use compatibility plan, and that the project would make no foreseeable hazards to air traffic. The Tuolumne County Planning Commission reviewed the project at their meeting on October 19, 2022. They voted unanimously to recommend approval of the zone change. Staff addressed questions pertaining to the creation of the open space zoning and the policies in place at the time. One comment was received from the public asking about the creation of the open space and its purpose. A letter was received from CSERC and it was included in your board packet. This letter corrected details regarding the 1993 establishment of open space on this parcel and expressed no opposition to the zone change. Staff has analyzed the project and believes the findings are supported, that the zone change is consistent with the Tuolumne County General Plan, the zone change is in accordance with the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code, the project site is suited to the uses permitted, and that the project is exempt from review under CEQA. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right, I'll bring it back to the board for any questions. Which district is this in?
District 5.
5. Jaron, would you have any questions?
I have no questions. It looks fine.
Okay. Anybody else have questions from the board? Seen any? Okay. Public comment? Any public comment on the item? I've seen any on Zoom. Okay, I'll bring it back to the board. And unless there's any comments, I would look for a close the public hearing, please. It is closed. All right, so I'll take comments or look for a motion.
I'll move on staff recommendation.
All right, so first by Supervisor Brandon.
I'll second.
Second by Supervisor Goldenberg. All those in favor, we got to do roll call.
Supervisor Goldenberg?
Aye.
Supervisor Campbell?
Aye.
Supervisor Kirk?
Aye.
Supervisor Huff?
Aye.
Supervisor Brandon?
Aye.
All right, got through that. And welcome back. Before you do, I'm opening up the public hearing.
After I read the item.
Ah, darn it. After you read
You're
the
so
item.
fast.
I didn't even need help on that one either.
1:30 p.m. to public hearing to consider gray. First portion is ordinance for zone change RZ 21-013 to rezone a 0.19 acre parcel from C-1 D HDPMX General Commercial Design Review Historic Design Preservation Mobile Home Exclusion combining to MU Mixed Use DHDP MX combining under Title 17 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code. Item 2, Historic Conditional Use Permit CUPH 21-002 to allow exterior alterations and demolition within the subject parcel per Chapter 17.44 H and Chapter 17.45 HDP of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code.
All right, I am now opening up the public hearing on this item. Just take it away.
All right, so this next item is an ordinance for zone change RZ 21-013 to rezone the 0.19 acre parcel from C1 DHDPMX to MU DHDPMX and historical conditional use permit CUPH 21-002 to allow exterior alterations and demolition within the site. Your board's decision is only for the zone change and historic conditional use permit applications. Site development permit SDP 21-007 to allow construction and expansion of an existing gas station, construction of new restrooms, restoration and conversion of a previous restroom facility, and associated infrastructure was approved by the Tuolumne County Planning Commission on October 5, 2022. The site development permit is contingent upon approval of the zone change. The project site is located at 18211 and 18223 Main Street in the community of Jamestown, on the northeast corner of the intersection of Main Street and Seco Street. The parcel consists of a primary commercial structure, a small storage shed, and a wood barn. A 5-foot fence runs along the northern perimeter of the parcel. The main structure on the parcel was recorded in the Jamestown Historic Sites Inventory as the Shell Gasoline Station. Here's a map of the project site. The parcel has a general plan land use designation of mixed use with a primary zoning of general commercial. Due to findings A of the site development permit, the applicant was required to apply for a zone change to bring the zoning into compliance with its general plan. The site development permit will be contingent upon the zone change application. 82 property owners within 300 feet of the project site were notified in addition to applicable agencies. Staff did not receive any adjoiner responses, but did receive feedback from advisory agencies, which are included in your packet. Here are the findings required for the historic conditional use permit. On September 12th, the HPRC recommended approval of the historic conditional use permit based on findings A through H. The HPRC reviewed the proposed demolition of the barn structure located on the site and found the demolition in conformance with the purpose of Chapter 14.08. The motion carried 5-0 with 2 commissioners absent. These are the required findings of a zone change application. Staff's recommendation and evidence can be found in the staff report. Your board's decision process today. The decision will be on the zone change and historic conditional use permit. Your board can approve the project, deny the project, or send the project back to staff for further review. And here is language that you can use for your motion. And I would be happy to answer any questions.
All right, bring it to the board. Any questions? Not seeing any, or maybe?
Not sure if it really pertains. I mean, this is a zoning change, right? Just wondering, was there any underground fuel tank issues that might be associated with the property? So.
Yeah, I haven't looked it up on the site, but any of those would be resolved through the building permit process. Right. It would be routed to our environmental health, and they would ensure that there are no outstanding issues with that.
Understand. Okay.
Okay.
So, I mean, if you want to speak to that real quick, John, please do. But
sorry, John, let me get you on here. There you go.
The fuel tanks have been removed. There was, I can't remember what year, it was mid-'80s, I believe, and it was used with hazardous funds from the state and federal government. So it's all been cleaned up. I'm sure somewhere in the county they have records. If not, I'll find some.
No, very good, and I understand it's not part of this zoning change, but I appreciate you letting us know.
If I could just make one other comment. Appreciate all the hard work that staff did on this. It's very clear, I think, with all the backup material. So good job on that.
Yeah.
If there's any other questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
And any other questions, Supervisor Campbell? Or Supervisor Brandon?
No questions. I really went through this packet. That building's going to look great, I think, with John's changes to it. It's been kind of sitting there for a while. So thanks for all the intent to really restore that building and make it look like a great addition to downtown Jamestown.
Okay. I'm going to bring it to the public. Is there any public comment? All right. Any on Zoom? Not seeing any. I'll look for a motion. I do believe this is in District 5, so. And I got to close the public.
I'll move on staff recommendation.
I'll second.
All right. First by Supervisor Brandon, second by Supervisor Campbell.
I agree with the comments that it's going to be a good addition.
Yep.
And I wanted to make a comment too. It'll remind us a little bit of the Cars set in Disneyland, I think. That's my image of it anyway. I think it's going to be great.
Supervisor Kirk, I also just wanted to take a minute. The staff report that was prepared for this item that went to the Historic Preservation Review Commission, they said it was the best staff report they've ever received, and this was Shady Gonzalez, who is a planner in our department. So that is high praise, that it was the best staff report they'd ever seen. So I just wanted to share that with you.
Awesome. Cool. All right, so I had I closed I closed the hearing, and I had a first by Supervisor Brandon, second by Campbell. So we do got to do roll call. Yep.
Supervisor Goldenberg.
Aye.
Supervisor Campbell.
Aye.
Supervisor Kirk.
Aye.
Supervisor Hoff.
Aye.
Supervisor Brandon.
Aye.
All right, passes 5-0. Thank you guys. Thank you for the great work, John. Good to see you. Yep, good to see you walking around.
Yeah.
Okay, we are going to do. The 1:30, the next one for Marcus. Please read the item.
1:30 p.m. 3, public hearing to consider Marcus. Number one would be ordinance for zone change RZ 21-015 to rezone a 0.35 acre parcel from R-3MX multiple family residential mobile home exclusion combining to R-3MX PD multiple family residential mobile home exclusion planned unit development combining district under Title 17 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code. Item 2, planned unit development permit PUD 22-001 to allow A, reduction in the minimum lot size, B, reduction in the required building setbacks, C, increase in the maximum floor area ratio.
All right, I am going to open up the public hearing, and before you guys get started, I do have to make a disclosure real quick. So I grew up in that area. My brother-in-law, my sister married Ryan, who owns the Miwok store and the car wash, and there is a potential that part of this, what's being changed today, there may be discussion about him potentially purchasing part of it. So I have to disclose that. I'm still able to make a fair, balanced decision, but I want to make sure that was clear before we move forward. So with that being said, continue on.
All right, the next item before you is zone change RZ 21-015 and planned unit development PUD 22-001. The project is located at 20552 Chief Fuller Way in Miwok Village. Here's a map that shows the location of the project site. The general plan land use designation of the site is high density residential as represented by the orange color. The special commercial is depicted as a darker pink color. The project consists of two parts. The first is an ordinance for RZ 21-015 to rezone the 0.35 acre parcel from R3MX to R3MX planned unit development combining. The planned unit development combining is required for parcels that are subject to a planned unit development permit. The parcel's primary zoning will not be changed. The second part of the project is the planned unit development permit PUD 22-001 to allow a reduction in the minimum lot size, building setbacks, and an increase in the floor area ratio. The planned unit development permit allows for encourages creative land use by allowing for flexibility from the strict provisions of Ordinance Code. The PUD would allow for a split of the parcel while still allowing for the existing number of residential units. Here is a version of the parcel map. Existing structures on site consist of a single-family dwelling, a fourplex structure, and various accessory structures. The applicant applied for a parcel map to split one legal parcel into two parcels so that the primary residential structures would be located on their own parcel. The zone change is to request a plan unit development combining zoning to allow flexibility in the application of ordinance code requirements and allow exceptions. Here is a chart that explains the requested items under the planned unit development. In the R3 zoning, the minimum parcel size is 12,500 square feet. Under the PUD, the applicant is requesting a reduction in the minimum parcel size to 8,249 square feet for parcel A and 7,110 square feet per parcel B. Per Tuolumne County Ordinance Code, the required setbacks are 15 feet from front and rear property boundaries and 6 feet from sides. Due to the existing configuration of the parcel, the applicant is requesting a reduction in the required building setbacks to a minimum of 0 feet for the existing structures on site. Any new structures would be required to meet current setbacks. Lastly, the applicant is requesting an increase in the maximum floor area ratio from 0.5 to 0.75, which means they are requesting an increase in potential build-out on their parcel from 50% to 75%. On January 31st, 2022, 31 property owners were notified of the proposed project via mail. One response in opposition was received. The comments pertain to road conditions in addition to increased housing on the site. Chief Fuller Way is a county-maintained road that meets the width requirements of Title 11. Additionally, the site is currently developed and no further development is being proposed. On October 19, 2022, the Tuolumne County Planning Commission recommended approval of zone change RZ 21-015 based on findings A through D and planned unit development PUD 22-001 based on findings A through G, subject to conditions of approval 1 through 12. The vote was 6-0 with Commissioner Emerson abstaining. Here are the required findings of a zone change application. Evidence and staff response to each point is found in your staff report. And here are the required findings for the planned unit development permit. Staff's response and evidence for each point can be found in the staff report. Your decision process. The Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors may approve the project, deny the project, or send the project back to staff. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right, I'll start off just since it's in my district. Would you go to that photo real quick where you had the A and B? And sorry, this isn't a question. This is more just a comment. Because I grew up right down the street from there, and I used to walk past that to go to the Muick store. And I don't know if it was ever legit that this was even made like that, but, you know, when you guys talk about this, you know, going from 15 feet to 0 feet, like we would always wonder why would we ever do that. But if you actually are ever at this location, you literally have a home right there that somebody lives in, and then literally a few steps back is this fourplex. So it's very strange. So it makes sense why the asks are the way they are. Just if it's in your mind, because if I'm sitting here and I don't know this property, it doesn't make sense that you have 0 space. It's because it was literally built right next to this house. So there's like literally no more room. So a photo would have been great to kind of show that, but hopefully this kind of helps. So I understand it, and it makes sense now based on those numbers. So more of a comment, just because I know the area, I've walked by it my whole life. Makes sense. So that's as far as comment. Question from you. Any Goldberg?
I have no questions.
Okay. Campbell, Half, Brandon, any questions?
No questions.
Okay. I'm going to open up to public comment. Is there any public comment in the room? Not seeing any. Any on Zoom? Okay, so we'll bring it back to the board unless there's comments. I'm closing. Man, I'm bad today with this. I'm going to close the public hearing. If there's no comments, I will make a motion to move on staff recommendation.
I'll second.
All right. So first by myself, second by Goldenberg. All those in favor, we got to do roll call.
Supervisor Goldenberg?
Aye.
Supervisor Campbell?
Aye.
Supervisor Kirk?
Aye.
Supervisor Half?
Aye.
Supervisor Brandon?
Aye.
All right, passes 5-0. Thank you guys very much for all your work on all these items before us today. All right. Okay, let's see where we are going through this. Where are we at, clerk? We are on 4 minutes. Let's take a couple minute break till 2, and then we'll do our 2 p.m. appointment. Okay, thank you.
Plan.
Appointment, thank you. 2 p.m. appointment. So, clerk, would you please read our appointment?
There we go, mic on. 2 p.m. consideration of waiving the first reading of an ordinance amending the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code to add Chapter 8.14 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code regarding hazardous vegetation management and setting a second reading for adoption on December 6, 2022.
All right. Dory,
hello,
back.
Good afternoon, Board. Dory Beats, your Office of Emergency Services Coordinator. I'm also joined here up at the front table with my dear friends, Cody Nesper from County Council and Quincy Yaley from Community Development Department. Also, I want to recognize behind us that can offer some insight if needed, but we have Sam Sable from our GIS staff. We also have Chief Amy New from Sonora City Fire that sits on the Fire Safety Advisory Committee, both of which, and then also Jeff Santos from County Fire, all three of which have helped us developing some language and ensuring some language. And then also I want to recognize Chief Titulio, who is the Assistant County Fire Chief, and Chief Mark Ferreira from Columbia Fire. Both of them are also on our Fire Safety Advisory Committee to be here. So with that, we're going to go ahead and get started. I want to first just quickly summarize the purpose of creating a hazardous vegetation management ordinance. You've seen this slide before. We've done this, in previous presentations, but to remind everyone, including the public, that one of the number one reported complaints is about hazardous vegetation, and that existing codes that apply only on improved parcels around structures. And I really want to stress this. We want to remind everyone that the proposed Tuolumne County Hazardous Vegetation Management Ordinance has key life safety elements that are not included in the current state regulations under 4291. And so important for everyone as we look at some language as we go further, but to clearly distinguish between those two. Also, that state agencies are encouraging counties to address vegetation management and create fire risk reduction communities. And we're going to see that a lot more. We see that in some recent letters from both the AG as well as fire safe regulations, et cetera. And so this is a part of the purpose of this vegetation management ordinance. And then last but not least, of course, is Tuolumne County residents deserve a safe place to live. The benefits of an ordinance, will it help firefighters gain access and residents get out? Yes, absolutely. Would our community become more fire safe? Yes, absolutely. Would there be possible future funding available by creating a fire risk reduction community as a result of this vegetation management ordinance? Absolutely. To remind everyone a little bit about the background and the work we have spent, as you know, there's been numerous public meetings held with county staff, outside agencies, and the public. Previous meetings we reported out, we had 7 public meetings since December of 2021, where we've also done in-person and virtual. There have been numerous opportunities for the public also to engage with the Fire Safety Advisory Committee, who has been working on this since it was assigned this particular task. We have spent a lot of time also researching what other counties have done to serve as an example, look at some of those existing ordinances. We've looked recently also at counties like Napa, even other smaller communities that have provisions specific to vacant lots, as well as looking at forms where they're encouraging relationships between private property owners. El Dorado County has a template that we've looked at that they suggest as an agreement for hazardous vegetation between 2 private property owners. We have also held, as you know, we came to the board back in July 5th for more of an informational discussion, took public comments and board questions regarding the ordinance. We then also came back on August 2nd for a first reading, where we presented that first reading. At that board meeting, your board approved by a 4-1 vote waiving the first reading, including clarification of the road easement section and removing the half-acre limit for the unimproved parcels. And we were set to hear that for a second reading on the 16th. That did not happen as originally planned, and that was to allow staff to ensure compliance with all applicable laws and regulations. So that's what we have been doing since then, is going back and making sure that this particular ordinance as it reads today meets all of those applicable laws and regulations. And what we will be presenting then, of course, is the proposed ordinance that ensures compliance with those laws and regulations that we were directed to do. So I'm going to switch it over to Cody.
Thank you, Dory. So I'm going to go over some of the changes that have been made since we were last before the board with this ordinance. The first thing I want to do is try to clear up any confusion about the language in the proposed ordinance before the board today and the language that will be going into the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code. To amend the ordinance code, as you know, your board must adopt an ordinance. In addition to the proposed additions to the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code, which is what the public and enforcement officials will be referencing in the future if your board adopts this ordinance, the ordinance will include language that will not be added to the ordinance code. It's only language in section 1 of the proposed ordinance that will be added to the code. Sections 2 through 4, including the findings of the environmental coordinator, will not be part of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code. So moving on from that, since we were last before the board with this ordinance, As Dory mentioned, we've been making modifications to ensure compliance with all applicable laws and regulations. Also to ensure that the proposed ordinance strikes an appropriate balance between the need to protect against catastrophic wildfires and the cost and burden on private property owners. We, of course, recognize that no ordinance will meet every person's preferences, but the goal here is to strike a reasonable balance and to work toward achieving your board's goal of fire prevention, and safety. So, one of the most significant changes, as reflected in the gray on this slide, is the fuel reduction requirements for unimproved parcels, whereas the previous draft applied that to entire parcels. This proposed ordinance limits that to areas within 100 feet from buildings, dwellings, or structures on adjacent parcels. We've also added clarifying language to the title and purpose section, and clarifying language that to clarify that this ordinance does not require the removal of healthy, mature, and scenic trees. Moving on, we have added language to address potential unintended impacts on the environment and cultural resources, as shown here. Additionally, not reflected on this slide, but another change, there is a alternative path to compliance through a reduced fuel plan that would be approved by the fire chief. That was previously reserved to parcels with Williamson Act contracts. That flexibility, which will account for particular conditions on a parcel, has been extended. We're recommending to all parcels. So it's not taking anything away from the Williamson Act parcels. It's just extending that flexibility to all property owners. Another change not reflected on this slide is an exemption from fuel management requirements under this ordinance in areas with a slope of 30% or greater. That is intended to reduce potential negative impacts on slope stability, erosion, runoff. It's also intended to recognize the logistical challenges and costs for property owners to manage vegetation on steep slopes. It's important to note here that this doesn't change any requirements, existing requirements under 4291 about defensible space around homes, which are, regardless of slope, would remain applicable. So this is intended to be above and beyond 4291, but it doesn't take anything away from 4291. It's just that those specific requirements will not be enforced as part of this proposed ordinance. I'll give it back to Dory.
So there are two fundamental provisions of the ordinance that have not changed. Clearances for driveways, roadways, and road easements, and then the unimproved parcels. There have been some comments that we've received since the posting of this item that appear to confuse what is already required under 4291. And again, you'll hear us emphasize that over and over, that what we are proposing is in addition to 4291. And so we really want to remind folks that 4291 is required for defensible space around your home, and that is required by state. So let's go through each of those. So the first provision is obviously driveways, roadways, and road easements. And we are looking at hazardous vegetation removal along privately owned driveways, roadways, or road easements to remove the heavy fuels designed to prevent roadside sparks from becoming a devastating wildfire. They also create a safer ingress and egress route for emergency personnel and residents. We stated this in previous presentations. That's one of the reasons we want to make sure that the first responders can not only get in to help suppress the fire, but also to get individuals safely out. And having this clearance will enable us to do so. Again, the language is intended for private property owners, not owners adjacent to any publicly owned driveway, roadway, or road easement. Again, there's been some confusion. We are asking this ordinance to affect you as a private property owner, not the property that is adjoining to your property. We included this illustration. You'll see we included it as a attachment to the memo as well as in this presentation. But the language specifically says under 8.14.060, duty to remove and abate hazardous vegetation. It shall be the duty of every owner and a responsible person of any parcel within the unincorporated areas of the county to remove hazardous vegetation from driveways, roadways, and road easements owned or controlled by the owner and or responsible person in accordance with the procedures and methods prescribed in this ordinance and by the enforcement official. The following shall be maintained. And again, this is illustration, 15 foot of overhead clearance. And then we have 10 foot on either side of the roadway edge. This picture is purely illustration of the type of vegetation management we are looking for. We also received a comment from the public that this is showing more than the 10 foot. And yes, again, we're only using this picture purely as illustration of the type of vegetation, not the exact. We have already started drafting a brochure should the board approve the ordinance. That brochure will clearly delineate and show both the illustrations and photo examples of the work that we're expecting as it pertains to the ordinance passed by your board. The other area, again, is the unimproved parcels or the vacant lots. And they shall complete a reduced fuel zone on any portion of the parcel within 100 foot of a building, dwelling, and or structure on an adjacent parcel. This has changed, as Cody stated from the previous. This will also address vacant lots within residential areas that are adjacent to properties with a building, dwelling, or structure. Remember, we went from that half acre to no limit in size, but we have come back now to this where we're asking for this reduced fuel zone. And we will be showing a few illustrations on this as well. We do want to remind everyone that in the ordinance under definitions is the reduced fuel zone, and this is taken directly out of that. These are examples of that reduced fuel zone. And I know that we've had some comments. Staff is recommending, and I know Cody could elaborate more, but we are recommending that we stay with this reduced fuel zone. Again, this is not pertaining to the requirements under 4291. This is pertaining to the requirements under this particular ordinance for that reduced fuel zone that we're calling out. So here's illustration number 1. This is the most simple. And I want to state also that these illustrations are all hypothetical and they are just examples. We tried to get as many instances that we could create an illustration. There's probably hundreds more of the types of scenarios in our community. But for the basic purposes of illustration, you have a vacant lot. And so we have that vacant lot in its entirety would be asked to do a reduced fuel zone because of its locations within other residential. Again, this is purposes for life safety. And again, one of our biggest complaints from residents out there is the vacant lots that are in the middle of residential density communities. Here's the second illustration, and this is a vacant parcel that's partially covered. Again, demonstrating that 100 foot. It's also demonstrating the requirement of a particular driveway then to those structures. Again, we're just trying to show that this is what we would be considering for reduced fuel zone on this particular parcel. Example number 3, as Cody mentioned, we've added the 30% slope, and thankfully to GIS, we're able to go and query all of those. But this is a vacant lot. All the yellow, of course, is the 30% slope where we are not requiring the hazardous vegetation management. Doesn't mean you can't do it. It's just simply saying that the ordinance is not requiring you to do so on the 30% or more slope. Example number 4 is a vacant parcel with an easement. Again, you can see where the reduced fuel zone would be, as well as that driveway, roadway, or road easement that would be on the vacant parcel. And the last example we have is simply a driveway clearance that would be required leading up to a particular home. All right, now we go back to Cody.
Why approve this ordinance? This slide really summarizes it. It addresses hazardous vegetation management concerns that go beyond 4291, applying to driveways, roadways, road easements, uninhabited parcels. It allows flexibility based on parcel conditions and encourages reduced fuel plans, lowers the risk of first responders and individual property owners. And we really do, staff does believe this appropriately balances the need for vegetation management against practical considerations for property owners within the county. Really, to summarize, this ordinance it gives the county a tool to start taking action on this problem. It's a difficult problem. It's going to allow the county to assess whether the ordinance meets the need moving forward, and we'll continue to be thoughtful about how effective this has been, and if there are changes that need to be made in the future, we can always come back and amend this ordinance.
Quincy's never going to sit in between the two of us again. So what we are recommending is consideration of waiving the first reading of an ordinance amending the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code to add Chapter 8.14 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code regarding hazardous vegetation management, and setting a second reading for adoption on December 6, 2022. We are happy to answer questions, and we really want to thank all of the entities in all the work that everyone has done in developing this to present to you today.
Okay, thank you guys very much. I'm sure there'll be a couple questions and some comments, so we'll get to it. I'm going to start. See, David's writing. I'm going to start with Supervisor Haft. Do you have any clarifying questions? Let's save our comments if we can until after public comment.
Yeah, just one, and it's a clarification for Dory, and it's for the public's benefit. Dory, can you explain who, I was just looking at that last slide, who all is on the Fire Safety Advisory Committee, just so the public is aware of all the different stakeholders that are involved.
Yes, there are 14 members. 5 are represented from the individual districts. We then have the Assistant County Fire Chief, as you know. We also have the Sheriff. We also have Sonora City Fire. We have Fire Chiefs Association represented. We do have both of our tribes represented. And who am I missing? And yes, thank you. Tuolumne Fire Safe Council is also represented.
Great. Thank you.
Chief New.
That was it.
Supervisor Campbell, any questions?
Yeah, just one question. And also, thank you. I mean, it's very, I was just thinking, watching your presentation, how this has been honed into its core elements very well over time. And I see pieces of so much public engagement in all of your presentations. So you really should be saluted for that. The question is, I mean, at this heart, is this consistent with what our Tuolumne County Fire wants to achieve within our county? And I guess I can put that question to you or to our fire chief.
I'm looking behind me because I'm not going to speak.
Absolutely. So
you want to speak? No, sorry. Thank you, Chief.
I try to project, but I'll come up here to the...
It's for the folks at home so they can hear you.
So, is that on? Hello?
There you go.
Okay.
Whoa.
Now it's on. So what we really need to do here in this community, what we've been looking at for a long time, we're in an area that's a very special area, and there is a lot of hazards in this area. If you look at the current probably last 3 years of fire history, we've had a major fire to the south of us. We've had major fires to the north of us. We have this little pocket right here that's just ripe for something to happen. So as a community, as a resident in this community, I have to do something. The rest of us have to do something to protect our community, to protect our neighbors, to protect our families and our friends. Reducing fuel is one of the quickest ways we can do that, and trying to eliminate that hazard as soon as we can, and eliminate any potential for a fire to grow and get bigger. So yes, this is exactly what we're trying to do with this ordinance.
Okay, thank you.
Did that answer your question?
It does, thank you.
All right, Supervisor Goldberg, you have any questions?
So just one question, and I'll have comments later. But regarding the whole issue of the 30% slope, there's been some public comments that have come in that I can relate to, based on my own career with CAL FIRE, that the steeper the slope, the more danger there is, as to the fire, overtaking a structure or people and beyond. So I get the CEQA environmental aspects, looking at erosion and other areas, but have we considered that portion, that would be kind of a, perhaps a blend to allow for having people clear those areas, which is not easy, right? There's the fire danger is there, but it also requires extra work, so.
Yeah, well, like many areas or elements of this ordinance, it's really as a compromise between how much protection you're going to offer versus how much burden you're going to place on individual property owners, and again, those concerns about slope stability, erosion, things like that. 30%, we believe, is an appropriate balance, is an appropriate compromise. And again, I do want to emphasize that 4291 defensible space requirements around structures, those remain in place, and those are irrespective of slope. So people still need to provide defensible space around dwellings. This ordinance doesn't do anything to take that away. This is more about what this ordinance requires, in particular on unimproved parcels. So it's a compromise.
Right, and I appreciate that clarification, because it is important, that the 4291 Public Resources Code 4291 still applies no matter what, and our Tuolumne County proposed ordinance is in addition to that, and to try to provide additional protections. And I'll have more comments after. Thank you.
And Supervisor Brandon, before we go to public comment, do you have any questions?
Yeah, one question. This is something I think we've talked about before, but it's just the beneficiary and the responsibility relationship. I thought that in July we had removed the responsibility for one property owner to have to clear it on adjacent property based on the structures the other person builds. I wanted to ask, is there any legal way to simply offer the person who has that structure, the one that's the beneficiary who needs to have it cleared around it, that structure, the authority to simply encroach and do fuel reduction, as opposed to making the neighbor have to go in and clear that for them?
Well, the county, so certainly neighbors could arrive at an agreement, and we would encourage neighbors to coordinate and work collaboratively to address this problem. The county doesn't have any authority to require private property owners to enter into a contract, and to require a property owner to clear on property that they don't own. We don't have that authority to do that. But again, I do want to emphasize, if neighbors want to work together on this, if they want to come to some sort of agreement to clear on their neighbor's property, we would certainly encourage that. So short answer is no, Supervisor Brandon. But again, we would encourage collaboration.
Okay, that was my only question.
Okay, and then I do have a couple questions. On that same note, Cody had brought it up earlier. If a property owner does want to allow their neighbor to come in, but they're just, hey, I'm worried that if you cut yourself on my property, you're going to sue me. insurance and whatnot. Is there a form or something that we could put out there or direct people to that would basically kind of give those neighbors a way to have like a little agreement before they do work for each other?
Yes, so Supervisor Kirk, that's definitely something we can explore, something we can look into. We have not drafted any form like that. I think Dory mentioned we've seen other jurisdictions do that. Perfect. For example, El Dorado County has a sample right of entry agreement. We would want to look at that very closely to make sure that the county's limiting any potential liability it might have from providing a form, a template. It really is going to be up to the neighbors to arrive at an agreement. But if there's anything we can do to facilitate that, that's certainly something.
Yeah, I'm just thinking like
explore.
if this gets approved and as we get on this path, if we're doing education in the future, because that's one of the main. As a property owner, I would be concerned about somebody suing me if they were on my property doing work. So if I had something I could say, hey, let's just sign this agreement, covers me, covers you. I think that would be worth. So if the rest of the board would be okay with staff spending maybe a minute looking into that, that would be an ask of mine. Another thing that came up, we have a lot of very fixed income folks. If somebody is on a fixed income and they absolutely cannot afford to do vegetation maintenance, is there going to be a way for them to appeal or to have that conversation with whoever's coming out to enforce this ordinance? Is there going to be some letter of the law, spirit of the law going on? Because there are going to be people that cannot afford to do this work.
Well, as with any code enforcement, there will be some discretion about enforcement.
Okay.
There's nothing explicitly in the ordinance about ability to pay for fuel management. The fuel management plan flexibility is more about conditions of the property, not financial conditions of the property owner. So nothing explicit in the ordinance. I do know when we've had discussions, we want to be, focusing on education first. We want to be working with property owners when enforcing this. I don't know if Dory has anything to add to that.
I would like to add something. Just generally, supervisors, under our code enforcement, we're required to address, for instance, ability to pay when we talk about the fines or penalties. So that is something from just a general code enforcement perspective that we would take into account. So it's not specifically in this code, but it's in all of our code enforcement that we have to address it.
All right. And then let me see. A question I have, and this was brought up before, but it's been a few months. I just want to be really clear. We're also part of the conversation because the county has properties, county has roads, so there's obviously a plan that is being developed to address those as well. Correct? You want to just touch on that real briefly?
Yes, since those meetings, we have taken account, and fire staff has started to go out on the county properties and ensure that we are compliant, or at least we have addressed hazard vegetation management on those parcels. I know Kim is in the back. We were talking about strategically coming up with a plan long-term for roadside brushing on county-maintained roads. So, yes, we are in discussion for both of those.
Okay. And then something that came up, and I should have emailed you guys because you're attorneys, but I thought of it while we were talking, and I may have brought it up a while back, is just simply the liability. If somebody doesn't maintain, if this ordinance goes into play and they aren't able to, or they choose not to maintain a parcel, and that parcel catches on fire, and say there's an investigation, and it spreads to the nearby home, and the home catches on fire. Is there a liability involved with this ordinance, or is there not? Or do we not know?
This ordinance should not increase the county's liability. Obviously, the county wants to enforce and be as protective as we can, but it's not realistic for the county to enforce on every potential parcel in the county. There's a specific provision of this ordinance, a no duty to enforce provision, that should assist with that.
Okay. And as a property owner, if I'm unable to clear my property, the county doesn't have liability, but does the property owner potentially have liability? Civilly, criminally?
Potentially. I don't think I want to comment on a potential private property owner's liability. I think that might be as far as I want to go on that question.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. Those are my only. Oh, sorry, I had the most questions. Those are my questions. I'm going to open it up to the public for public comment, and then we'll bring it back to the board for any closing comments. So, public, if there's any, please come on up.
appreciate Supervisor Brandon's and Supervisor Kirk's concerns about the adjacent property owner who's not by any chance responsible or has not been responsible for a house that's 30 feet away. I can envision in agricultural situations where you're going to have to force somebody to mow grass down to 4 inches. In time, that'll become barren if you do it before it goes to seed. Obviously, it takes away some of the person's inventory of their cattle feed or sheep feed or whatever they have, horse feed. And no doubt you're penalizing the property owner that had nothing to do with the fact that there's a house that far or that close to his property. I know you're concerned about it, but that doesn't solve the problem. So that's one of my concerns. Thank you.
Any other public comment? I see some. Do you have any on Zoom? Good afternoon.
Hi, it's Carl Baker from Columbia. I made these comments previously in relationship to the prior requirement for properties that are developed adjacent to buildings that are too close to the property line, which was removed from the ordinance. PRC 4291, a person who owns, leases, controls, operates, or maintains a building or structure shall at all times do all of the following. Is that clear? The person who owns the building is responsible. 1A, maintain defensible space as we understand it. It's very long. 1B, greater distance can be required by local ordinance. Fuel modification beyond the property line may only be required within 100 feet and again under local ordinance. There's nothing there that shifts the responsibility to the adjacent property owner. The state law says the owner of the building shall. The end of that paragraph says a local ordinance may include provisions to allocate costs for fuel modifications beyond the property line. So it appears that there hasn't been any rational discussion about how those costs might be allocated. If you're going to adopt this ordinance as proposed, I would like to see some, rational discussion that says it's all on the adjacent property owner. Clearly, the clearing is for the benefit of the building that's too close to the property line. I'm a little frustrated that I made these comments previously. I emailed them to the whole board, Dory, and County Council, and we come back right to the exact same place. You never want a local ordinance which is the opposite of state law. That's not good policy. So somehow that needs to be reconciled to bring it actually into compliance with the stub, essentially, that the state provided the county for doing this kind of action. The main concern with this is the way you've put this in the ordinance, you've set up an adversarial relationship between property owners. If you look at it the way the state has addressed it, you need to have an agreement about entering someone else's property. It's a cooperative. It's difficult for the county to get through its head how we make this happen.
Sorry, yes, 3 minutes is up. Thank you very much for your comments. Is there any other public comment in the room? Yep, come on up.
Barry Rudolph, Columbia, California.
I pay for you to achieve defensible space on land you do not own. This is a disturbing concept and philosophy of this ordinance. Despite being fundamentally un-American and bordering on outright socialism, it's financially ruinous to a landowner while those around him enjoy free stuff. Annually, no less. The committee conveniently uses a 100-foot measurement to minimize the true impact and cost. This is not a one-house scenario. In one slide of the staff presentation, a parcel is surrounded by 4 inhabited structures. One landowner is literally subsidizing 4 other people for their sole benefit. Think about that for a minute. Who allowed the setback of less than 100 feet? The county did, of course. This will pit neighbor against neighbor. Have an issue? Don't like them? Call the County Fire Prevention Bureau and complain. Been there and done that. Suppose a developer purchases a 100-acre parcel next to your 100-acre parcel that you've held in your family for generations and gets the county to approve hundreds of 1/10 acre lots along the boundary with less than a 100-foot setback because of terrain. You are now on the hook to annually provide defensible space for these homes, many of which were surely purchased and priced higher to take advantage of your open spaces that you afforded them. Does that even seem logical in any respect? Of course it doesn't. How about the wealthy couple from San Francisco enjoy their second home they built next to your property line? The county approved their less than 100-foot setback due to terrain too. You're on a fixed income struggling to get by. You get a visit from your friendly fire prevention inspector who received the complaint from your neighbors who don't like the brush and grass next to their new home. You can barely afford the property taxes, but it's time for you to get to work. Going forward, does this county intend to limit setbacks to 100 feet unless? Of course not. This would run counter to the narrative of affordable housing and greater preferred density housing units. The land use agreement with hold harmless language is the answer. To eliminate the animosity between neighbors as described above, create a process where one landowner can legally cross onto another owner's property to achieve additional defensible space if they require it. This is the process the Fire Safe Council has used successfully for 20 years. The committee refuses to even explore this item. Why? County Council could create this template for use between neighbors. If they won't, simply adopt the CAL FIRE form or the Fire Safe Council form for use. Very simple. Used it for 20 years, never had a problem. Appropriately, negative outcomes are greatly reduced and the process shifts from a complaint-driven to an incentivized landowners who genuinely want to accomplish the work. Appropriately, the person receiving the benefit is the person incurring the expense, as it should be. Let's be a little more strategic here and take the longer view. That's true leadership. Here's a solution right here.
I'm sorry.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Don't go outside. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you for time. By the way, thank you for taking on this issue. I think this is an important issue, but I don't think you've done all your homework. I agree with everybody that's gotten up here before with some of their issues. Look, I've done this work not for my neighbor's benefit, but for my own benefit because I just believe in proper forest management, and I can send you pictures, and you can see what a good forest ought to look like. But you're going to create all sorts of neighbor animosity. And Cody, your law or your ordinance is going to be used as evidence why I'm suing you because you didn't do the job. Okay, you know that. You all know that. You're just going to create a big problem. I suggest you take the time to work through this, do a little potential problem analysis on it, and try and fix it. You've done some pretty significant improvements. I applaud you for that. But it's not ready for prime time. You need to fix the issues. We really don't want our neighbors in our community fighting with each other over, you owe this to me because the county says you owe it to me. I don't owe it to you for that reason. You shouldn't have built so close. I've got all the problems that you suggest in this thing. My neighbor's closer than 100 feet, but I already did the work a long time ago for other reasons. I have an easement through my property for two of my neighbors to access their property. And I've already done the work there too. But I think they ought to maintain that thing or pay the cost of maintaining that road. or that driveway, if you will, not me. It's for their benefit, not mine. I think I paid significantly to do the work I did already, and I think I also paid significantly to give them the piece of property or access to the piece of property over mine. So there's issues here, and you need to work them out. You haven't solved all the problems, but you made some big steps. I congratulate you on that, but you're not ready for prime time. Thank you.
All right, thank you for those comments. Are there any other in the room? Any on Zoom? All right, and I'm just looking outside at the rain. It's so nice to finally see some rain, some good rain. Okay, I'm going to bring it back to the board. If there are, something that came up, I definitely will have a question in a minute, but I want to open it up to the other board members first. So I see Half pressing the button, so I'll let you go first, Half.
So I have a question for staff, and it may be multiple answers. Excuse me. If we were to take Barry Rudolph up on his suggestion with that waiver form, including what we've done, would that require us to come back again for another reading, or is that a small enough addition to where we can still do a second reading next month?
So I'll take that as two questions. Your board can direct changes to this ordinance at the first reading, so long as it fits within the agenda language. So a change like that would be permissible from a procedural standpoint. We are not recommending any sort of requirement in this ordinance for private property owners to enter into an agreement. I don't believe that the county has the authority to require that. Again, I want to emphasize, if we can facilitate collaboration or encourage collaboration in any way, that's something we want to explore. But this really is a individual property owner responsibility, and not just for the benefit of your neighbor, it's for the benefit of the whole community. I did want to address too a comment that this proposed ordinance is somehow in violation of state law or inconsistent with 4291. It does include provisions that are different from 4291, which is kind of the whole point, additional provisions. But 4291B specifically says that a person does not have the legal, a person is not required under this section to manage fuels on land if that person does not have the legal right to manage fuels, nor is a person required to enter upon or alter property that is owned by another person without the consent of the owner of that property. So this proposed ordinance is consistent with state law. That's in addition to state law. What staff is not recommending any changes to the ordinance to require collaboration among neighbors.
We might lose Zoom in a minute. I know, right?
It's a good sign.
Any questions over here from David, Supervisor Goldberg? Or no? Do you have any questions, Campbell? I'm looking for clarifying questions after hearing from the public. You have any?
Are we at questions?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I have.
Okay.
It's my question
we
is
did questions,
similar.
I thought.
My question is similar to Half. Is what he's bringing up regarding CAL FIRE and the fire safe councils. Is that document where they are asking to go onto people's property to do the clearance? Is that what that? Okay.
Yeah, and well, I was just going to say to that the fire safety committee did look at this issue frequently, a number of times, and it always kind of came back to the fact that what we're talking about with respect to the fire safety commission or those other things, you're talking about an agreement between a property owner and an agency. You know, what the idea that the county would, well, I mean, I think Cody did a good job kind of explaining it, that the county really doesn't have any legal grounds to require two private individuals to enter into a contract. And the committee kind of felt that that would be an overreach anyway, because people can engage in an agreement, irrespective of what the ordinance says.
I got it.
And so by requiring it, you're actually adding more government red tape on top of what already exists.
Okay.
That was kind of.
No, you said a couple keywords, so I wanted to clarify.
And I would just say, I don't think there's, not in my experience, has been an ordinance that's been vetted through the public as well as this. I mean, we've had more than a dozen meetings, I think, related to it, and I think that, it's hard to please everyone, and it's certainly not a perfect tool, but it's better than what we have currently in the county, which is nothing. And I think it goes a long way toward changing the mindset that fuels management is all of our responsibilities. It's private property, it's public agencies, and everything in between. And so I think to that end, this accomplishes two critical steps toward reducing our fuel loading and, by extension, reducing our fire risk.
Okay. Supervisor Campbell, or Brandon, did you have any clarifying questions after hearing all of this information? And then we'll open it up to comments after that.
Yes, thank you. Just on what we can and can't do, question to staff. For new construction, would we be able to require as a condition of having one of these structures permit, through the county, a contract with the adjacent property for fuel reduction?
Good afternoon. This is Quincy Yaley. I finally get an opportunity to answer a question, not just be passed over. I feel meaningful now. Supervisor Brandon, it's a great question. Supervisor Brandon, your question is, as part of the building permit process, could the county require additional vegetation clearing measures on an adjacent property?
So, as part of a right of entry or permit, could that permit be predicated on having an agreement with the adjacent property owner for fuel reduction, or at least making that offer?
Okay, so I think I understand the question. So my initial reaction would be that would not be possible. In a building permit process, it's a ministerial permit, and which means that if someone meets the minimum code standards, the county is obligated to issue that permit. And so as this vegetation management process is not a part of our building permit process, we could not hold hostage essentially a building permit until the property owners were able to work out either an agreement between each other or other formats. So it's building permit's a ministerial permit. If they meet the standards in the building code, then we're obligated to give them a permit. Does that answer your question?
Right. Only sort of. I understand it would be in a different section. I'm saying that could be amended within the building code to make that a requirement, correct?
I don't think I can speak to the county can pass regulations that are more strict than the state. And so that certainly is an option for the county. However, as to the applicability, if we could require some other type of agreement that is not related to a building permit, my answer would be no, we would not be able to do that, as the two aren't necessarily related to each other.
Supervisor Brandon, if I could just speak to that, because I want to make sure we're really clear here. We have looked at this issue in great detail. The county has no legal authority to force people to enter into a contract about other land. So the most the county can do, and I get that sometimes it's frustrating, but it is about people taking a responsibility for the land that they own, and we cannot force them to allow, or basically it would be a trespass if there was no consent. And so that's why the ordinance is drafted the way it is.
If I may, Sarah, so
okay.
I guess what I'm getting confused at is, in that circumstance, if somebody wanted to build a home within that 100 feet of a vacant property, that we could have a requirement that they need to show that there is that defensible space according to this ordinance there, and that they would need to, as part of being responsible for their property and their building, have to enter into or offer some type of contract to cover that. This is obviously for new construction, but I guess I'm not. It seems like I'm getting a no, but I'm also hearing that yes, we can add additional restrictions beyond the state. We can add conditions onto a permit for new construction. We just can't require two owners to enter into a contract at the end of it, but we could require them to figure out some type of solution.
Well, Supervisor Brandon, what I think the missing piece is that what the county is doing is requiring individuals, whether it's a permit process or it's this ordinance code, to address issues on property they own or control, not about someone else's property, and that's the difference. So what you're suggesting is that the county would require people, an applicant for development of a project or building a home, to take action on the property they do not own or they do not control. And that is the issue that the county has, is we don't have legal authority to do that.
If we had a property, not the royal we, a property that was landlocked by other parcels, and it required an easement to be able to access, would we not require them to enter into a contract to get an easement to access that property before that they could show they could build, for example, a house on it?
Just a second, Supervisor Brandon. Supervisor Brandon, so I think the question is, the boiling down to is, can you condition a building permit? And the answer is no. So the building permit has to stand on its own according to the building standards that the county has adopted. So you cannot add conditions to a building permit. That would make it a discretionary permit, and building permits by nature do not fall into that category.
Okay. It's the second, but I promise it's the last one. Sorry, hopefully this is not taking too long. I see some of the board members are getting frustrated with this, but I wanted to ask about the
Supervisor Brennan, we're not
contract.
frustrated with you. We're the air conditioner is on, and so we're commenting on the fact that it's really cold in the boardroom. So wherever you are, I hope it's really warm right
And
now.
if we're jumping,
we
the
weren't
lightning
commenting on what
is
you were
blowing
saying.
up outside,
Okay.
so we're all
Yeah, it's not
looking
you,
at that, too.
Jaron. We're cold.
No, we're
Good
following
to
with
know.
what you're saying.
Thank you. I also wanted to ask the second question is, can we require, I mean, this kind of has as a blunt instrument an immediate mandatory process that is between the property owners and what they have to do. Can there be some way to try and incentivize? So what Supervisor Kirk had mentioned on contracts, I completely agree. I think we had brought this up before, some type of encroachment and indemnity agreement that property owners can enter into, where the mandatory, heavy-handed use of this is restricted to really where they cannot find an arrangement. And so offer a voluntary case where really, hopefully the homeowner would pay for the cost or clear it themselves. So the question is, can this have a voluntary process that's pursued first before it goes into a mandatory action?
Supervisor Brandon, can you clarify? We're not clear exactly on what the concern is and how to address it.
Right. So say a property owner would call code compliance and they say, this has an issue within 100 feet of my house. It's on their property. I want this to be cleared. That we could have that say, okay, there's a step before the county steps in, which is to say, do you have these agreements and have you approached the neighbor to try and enter into one? And if they say, yes, we have, that neighbor refuses to engage, then we allow for a mandatory process. But the first step is for that property owner who benefits and who is calling in, probably that code complaint, to have incentivize them to enter into an agreement that works with that neighbor first and use the mandatory element only if truly they cannot find a mutual agreement.
When you say mandatory, are you talking about the enforcement piece of it?
Correct.
Okay.
A ministerial, enforcement, just right. It's reported to the county, health and safety issue. We go out there and we do a citation notice to, correct. Before all of that, we have a requirement that the neighbor benefiting from that go through a voluntary agreement proposal to that property owner.
I think, Supervisor Brandon, part of the challenge here is just adding additional logistical complications to enforcing this ordinance. If we start at the more layers and the more kind of different alternative routes we add, the more challenges and complications we add for enforcement. Before the county would take any action to impose any penalties, there would be an opportunity to correct, and property owners could work with their neighbors. They could, try to come up with some way to, resolve the issue of the vegetation. But to build in some sort of required voluntary collaboration process into the ordinance, I just don't know logistically how to achieve that. I just don't think it's feasible. But I think do you have any comments on that?
No, I would just, from our experience, this is Quincy Yaley. From our experience, once an opportunity to correct is issued, we often get, I'll just call it voluntary compliance, because at that point in time, there are no fines or penalties being issued. And so that often spurs property owners, and if they need to work together to do that, they often do come into compliance during that time frame. And the county has been obviously flexible in the past when we are approached by someone who's received an opportunity to correct. If there's additional time that's needed, let's say it's the middle of winter and the slopes are wet and they need a little bit more time to come into compliance, we would grant them that. So so the opportunity to correct, it obviously is not voluntary, but it often does spur action to avoid penalties and fines.
Okay. Well, those are my two questions. So I guess coming out of that, I'll have comments later.
Okay. I'm going to bring it back we've had public comment. We've had questions. Who would like to go first for comment?
Yeah, I made my comments, so
okay.
That was.
Do you have any closing comments, Haf? Goldenberg?
Yes, I do. Thank
okay.
you. Okay, so what we're looking at here, I will always default to having any conditions that we can do to protect lives and property. Right? That's just an inherent thing that we need to do in government. This is clearly, and there appears to at times be a little bit of, I won't say confusion, but uncleariness as to what is required under Public Resources Code 4291 and what we're looking to do as a county in addition to that. And the in addition is to provide those additional protections. Obviously, anytime you're looking at initiating a new ordinance, it's not always going to be popular, right? But to achieve that additional protection, and I think Quincy Yaley, made a good comment as a reasonable balance, and I appreciate that. We look at that type of thing. Property owners do have a responsibility, first of all, for conducting their 4291, clearances as required. But we're looking to prevent things like what occurred with the campfire in 2018 in Butte County, right? And I've said this before, 85 people died, and half of those people died trying to escape. And so a number of the things that we built into this ordinance are to try and prevent that, to reduce the fuels on the side of ingress, egress areas. We already talked about some of the CEQA things. The neighbor helping neighbor, that's very important. We should always try to do that, right? To work with our neighbors. But I know personally that doesn't always work so well. So we need to be cognizant of that. If we can develop a form that's a voluntary form that allows neighbors to have a neighbor come onto their property to do the clearing instead of them, I would be supportive of that, not requiring, that be done, but to allow that to occur. We've got very high severity zones in much of Tuolumne County. From what I'm hearing from the Board of Forestry, that might actually increase, and we could see more. And we're trying to combat issues with insurance companies and working with the insurance commissioner to see what we can do about these incredibly high rates of insurance. And these types of efforts could very well help in that area. Tuolumne County has had a strong history of large disastrous fires, right? This is known. You can look at fire history maps from CAL FIRE. It's no secret, right? So we've been very fortunate, right? We've seen some really bad fires to the north of us, to the south of us, to the east of us. We've been spared, to a large extent over the last couple of years. Right now, we're listening to thunder and lightning and rain, so it's not much of a big concern right now, but, certainly we need to pay attention to that. We're also looking at things like, county roadside brushing. Our board approved, I think it was $325,000 for a masticator for Public Works. And we need to work with Public Works on perhaps prioritizing some of the roads in the areas that are more at risk. So again, there's no clear answers here. There's nothing that is going to say this is going to be the answer, because it's just not there. But I just wanted to point out, those things that we need to do the best we can. And again, not everybody's going to be happy, but we'll try and blend that and do what we can to take care of business. Thank you.
Supervisor Brendan, I believe you said you had some comments.
I do. Thank you. You ask a good question when you end up having to take some time to be able to discuss whether you can or can't do that. So what I had heard from the answers from staff, and I appreciate doing the hypothetical thing a little bit, it was not a recommendation, but it did sound like that there was recognition that a change could be made in a building code to reflect it. Ministerial is a series of check boxes, and by adding a box to that, and that we could include a voluntary process first, so long as it did not overcomplicate the process. And I'd say having to do a level of documented outreach with that neighbor to just say you talked to them, you emailed them, you sent a letter, whatever it is not that burdensome to check. So overall, I do think this is important. I agree with Supervisor Goldenberg. Fire safety in this area is critically important. And the concern that, we have not burned in the same way as other counties, but that day could come, is definitely heavy on my mind. I think the provisions of the roads and driveways in this make a lot of sense, especially for emergency vehicle access, big or small fires. I'll say that there is not, I think, an imminent need to implement this week, except that we may not want this to come back for, one additional time. But even though it has had a lot of public outreach, we've changed this drastically over the period. And I'm happy that we've had that discussion. So I have two recommendations. One, I would like us to either codify or commit to flexible plug-and-play contracts, as Supervisor Kirk and I have identified, for indemnification and entry, to make it as easy as possible to voluntarily enter into these types of contracts. And as the Fire Safe Council representative spoke. And then two, my personal recommendation right now is to move forward with the rest of the ordinance, but remove the vacant parcel requirement and work that as a separate issue to go through some of these potentially voluntary processes. And just go with the strongest, best part of this ordinance as it is right now.
That's what this whole thing's about. That's the whole point of it. Sorry, I need to get clarification on his second request. Remove the vacant parcel. My understanding is that's what the whole ordinance is about, is a vacant parcel. Is that clear? Okay. So if we remove the vacant,
if I can clarify, Supervisor Kirk, it's really, since it's been changed, I see at least two things in it. One of it is the driveway 10-foot, 15-foot clearance, driveways and easements, which is a big step. The other one is the 100-foot. That to me strikes very similar to the provision we removed in July for the very same reason, that it's the wrong person paying for it. So taking the first half of that.
Okay. Does staff have any comments on that before we make comments? Go ahead.
Yeah, it's the ordinance as it is, I think, is quite consistent with where we landed at the last time we had a discussion in the board meeting. I think Dory did a good job outlining the changes that were made, and they were related to one was that it's not a blanket, unlimited ordinance that will cover all unimproved parcels. They have to be adjacent to property and limited to 100 feet. Another kind of clarifies the 30% grade element. Another change expands the restriction for or the allowance for Williamson Act land that has a fire protection plan in place. It removes Williamson Act, so any private property owner, whether they're Williamson Act or not, if they have a fire protection plan in place, that supersedes the ordinance. And I think that those are the only substantial changes. Other changes of language to be consistent with CEQA requirements as well. And those are the changes that the board approved.
But something that Supervisor Brandon said that I'm trying to understand is, if we were to remove the vacant 100-foot portion, in essence, we wouldn't have anything, because 4291 doesn't apply to vacant parcels. And if the 100-foot radius were to be touching the vacant parcel, then there's nothing to address that issue, because the vacant parcel is vacant. There's no 4291 applying there. So we would have no ordinance.
Yeah, it's kind of the point.
But we would basically be and I'm not shooing what Brandon's saying. What I'm saying is we wouldn't have an ordinance, but what we would have is a potential agreement to go onto that property to do the clearance. That's what it would be.
And I should say my recommendation wasn't to just strip it and leave it. It was to continue working on that element of it, and I think bring it back.
Okay. So
just the number one reason why we started on this was because of vacant lots. And so we've gone from the half acre to no acre limit, and now we're going into, most vacant lots will have some, form of reduced fuel zone, which is better than nothing, which is what we have now. We don't have any ordinance that applies to vacant lots, which is a huge concern. And so we are, in essence, striking that balance, and where we find that balance, half acre, all acres, in the middle, some reduced fuel zone, and what makes most sense for life safety, as recommended from fire staff. And it is a start. And again, yes, we are requiring you as a vacant lot to do the reduced fuel zone, but it is for your benefit as a vacant lot owner. It is based on that 100-foot, but you are doing some reduced fuel on your parcel that will benefit you as a vacant property owner. Yes, it is benefiting, but it's benefiting the entire community, not just that adjoining parcel that has that house. It is benefiting you as a property owner to clear a portion of that parcel. So.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to say a few things, and then I do agree with Supervisor Brandon in the fact that if we could get people to have agreements, that would be great. But as I've heard from council, and I'm not an attorney, but I've heard from council, we can't force people into contracts. Okay, so I'm gonna take that as presented as council. For me, I got a lot of things to say. I'll just say, because at the beginning of this conversation months ago, I was a very, very reluctant. Yes, because if we're being honest, we are infringing on people's property rights. We really are. It's a mandated tax. We're basically telling certain folks you're gonna pay money out your pocket. You're gonna do vegetation maintenance. If you got a jerk of a neighbor, they're going to take advantage of this. So I think we're opening up a little bit of a can, and we're going to have to mitigate it and work our way around it. But we can always bring things back and relook at them. But for me, I just want to say a few things. The big elephant in the room for me is mega fires, right? So if we're going to be nitpicking and looking at people's property, I want the community to know and just remind folks, what are we doing, and remind them what we're doing. We've had over 300% increase in fire funding in the last 3 or 4 years. Today we just put another $1.2 million aside for Columbia Fire. We have MSA. Hanvelt was a part of that master stewardship agreement. We got the Cerro project, 127,000 acres being treated in our forest. We got biomass facilities coming online. We supported SBI. We did a NACO resolution telling the Forest Service to start jumping on these fires immediately, because we all know if a mega fire gets crazy out of control, all this that we're doing probably isn't going to help. But what I also do know is 90% of fires start along roadways. And so if we can do some sort of continued maintenance, continued education there, it's going to help. I do know from talking to fire folks and talking to people in Paradise, if you do the 100-foot clearance, it's going to help. It's going to mitigate it. If you clean your gutters, if you do those things. So I'm in a again, another shitty situation where I don't know if I've ever approved an ordinance, because I really don't. I got elected to cut red tape and keep government out of our lives. But again, this is one of the most pressing issues that I get faced with. And I'm very well of democracy. If you have a whole society that's dependent on the government and you elect people who give people what they want, it's this internal crazy unhealthy system. But I feel like I'm balanced enough to know that I don't want government in my life. I don't want government telling me what to do with my property. But this ordinance right here is actually going to affect me in a negative way. I have a neighbor who I love. She's an old lady, but she had her house burned down 30 years ago, and she's terrified that my little side lot is going to catch on fire and burn her down. So I maintain that to make her feel better. But guess what? If I approve this, she now can use this against me, and she will use it against me. So I don't take it lightly, because this would be a vote to basically screw myself with a neighbor. But what I'm trying to balance is safety and security, the fire folks who are the experts, and really big on education. And somebody said that to the north it hasn't burned, to the south it hasn't burned. I have been in conference calls. I have been on discussions up and down the state and in the western region. Tuolumne County is one of the only corridors in California that has not burned down. And if I can help, and it's a horrible thing to say, I'm the government, I'm here to help, because I'm not here to help. I'm here to try and make reasonable decisions. If we can keep the 108 corridor from burning down, and that means somebody driving down the road and we had done some vegetation maintenance, we're never going to hear the success story. But I will tell you, I think we've been successful because we haven't lost the 108 corridor. So we got to keep doing what we're doing, tighten the belt a little bit. I am very terrified how people are going to abuse this. One recommendation I have, and one thought I have, Dory, that came to mind that is very concerning, is if this ordinance goes into place and you get people who wait too long and now their neighbor calls and says, you need to do that vegetation ordinance, but it's June, July, August, we're going to potentially cause more fires, I would think, by enforcing that if somebody goes out and mows their lawn. So is there a thing that says that you need to have this done by declared fire season or a certain time? I don't think there is, but it's just one of my concerns. And so I'm curious, how would we address that if somebody calls in August and somebody has to go mow a field and we might start a fire by enforcing this? I know this is a hypothetical, but we all hear of the people mowing lawns in July, August, and fires get going.
So we're going to work through that. So we're just we want to know what we're going to be dealing with first. And then once we have all that information, we will then work through the process. So we're going to have as little impact as far as, making a situation like that worse. We want to work with people. Again, the first 2 years is going to be information. And so we're going to have that in mind when we, say, okay, we want this done by this time. If it's not going to be able to, or it's going to be too much of an impact or too hard on that person, of course, we're going to be flexible. So it's going to be as little impact as possible.
And that will be a part of our educational process. So we're educating the individuals about the right time of the year to do that. Obviously, it's going to be dependent upon that individual property, right? So.
Right. Okay, thank you. So I'm hearing that we can't force people to enter contracts, but we can look into providing them if I'm a homeowner and I want to do the work for my neighbor, but before I go on her property to do the work, I want to make sure I'm clear liability-wise. Can we look into that? And has there been any litigation with El Dorado or any of these other counties since their ordinances have been in place for quite a while?
We have reached out with them, but we haven't got into detailed, but we can, we're continuing. We actually discussed that this week about reaching out, and we did reach out to them to find out where their status is on enforcement, so.
Okay, so we're not the tip of the spear here.
Correct.
Okay. All right, so.
Supervisor Kirk?
Yeah.
I want to say I really do like your idea for the contracts. We have discussed it here a couple of times. I'd really like if the board could give clear direction on whether that's a good idea or not to implement.
You ask the rest of the board if they agree with getting that contract kind of as a template for folks if they are asking for it. Is that what you're saying? If the rest of the board agrees?
Exactly. A default, I think, right of entry indemnification contract.
Yeah, I think the board agrees that we're going to pursue looking into that item and have it as something that we can give to people, but we're just not going to put it in the ordinance or make it something that we would require that they enter into. But I definitely maybe part of the education, something as an option for homeowners. So I'm looking to my left. I'm seeing yeses.
Yeah, no,
Yeah, okay.
I agree entirely. Voluntary.
Yeah.
Not required.
Okay.
Can I clarify just one thing on
Yep.
that template? So that's something that our office would draft. People would use it as a template. I don't think there's a need for it to come back to the board. I just want to make sure that.
No, that's fine.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And we'll include it in our education, make sure it's front and
Yep.
center. Okay. Okay. With that being said, if there's any other comment, otherwise we've gone back and forth, I will look for a motion.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to make the motion that the board waive the first reading of the ordinance amending the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code to add Chapter 8.4 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code regarding hazardous vegetation management and setting a second reading for adoption on December 6, 2022.
So I'll second and just clarify it's 8.14, not just 8.4, just so
Did I say?
have it on the record.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Accept the amended motion.
And I second. Thank you.
All right, first by Campbell, second by Goldenberg. We'll do a roll call vote.
Supervisor Goldenberg?
Aye.
Supervisor Campbell?
Aye.
Supervisor Kirk?
Aye.
Supervisor Hoff?
Aye.
Supervisor Brandon?
Abstain.
Okay, motion passes 4 with Supervisor Brandon abstaining. Okay, thank you for
Thank you very much.
that, and we'll
And
see
thank you to all the agencies that supported
Yeah,
it.
thank
So,
you, everybody
thank
behind you guys. All right. 3:30. Let's take a 6-minute break. We'll come back at 3:30. 6-minute break. Okay. Short. Okay. A few people wanting, so let's just do it short. So we're gonna. It's 3:37. We're gonna do our reports, and then we'll read the closed session items, and then we'll break for a closed session. So, Clerk of the Board, do you have any reports? And CAO's office.
I do, just real quick. As your board is aware, that I did go to the county executive conference, our annual conference, which we have not had for 3 years. And what was exciting about the conference, not only networking, but as I gave each of you a booklet that we were one of the presenters, our county, on best practices in workforce development. And it was the work through our teams that I was able to present. And we had a lot of favorable questions and comments, and then all of the handouts that were provided. They really, really loved it. They love our mentoring program. They love the menu of services that Kim has, the executive coaching, the communication coaching that she's doing. So it really, really was exciting to get to share that. And then also the fact that we have the teams, 2 of which have worked on some policies that your board has reviewed both. And that, so we have employees who've had an opportunity to influence policy and work with the board to get those implemented. So very excited about that. Also want to say thank you to my team while I was gone. Eric and I both went, so they held the fort down while we were gone so that we could go to this conference. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Sarah?
Sure. The only thing I'm excited, well, there's lots of things, but this one I'm excited about announcing is this year I'm the president of our County Council Association, and this Friday I'm hosting a roundtable up here in our county, and we have like 40-something county councils from across the state, from San Diego to Del Norte, coming to participate in a roundtable. So it's just a conference where we're going to be talking about care court, We're going to talk about ordinance code drafting, changes to the Brown Act. We're going to have a senior attorney general coming to speak about requesting attorney general opinions in that process, and then some Public Records Act litigation. So I'm really excited about
Awesome.
it.
So what you're saying is you want me to attend and be the keynote speaker?
No, I would actually prefer,
Give legal
Anaya,
advice.
if you could. It'll be up at the EOC.
Cool.
Thank you.
Good for you. All right, I'm going to start with Supervisor Half. And the request was to keep it pretty short since we still got some closed session. So please report out.
1, 2, 3. I've got 4 things. Since our last meeting, October 18th, I attended an Aqua Region 3 meeting. Aqua stands for the Water Agency. Oh, God, I'm sorry, I can't remember. AC, what is it? Association of County Water Agencies, yeah. And Region 3 is mostly the mountain county area. So it was held in Murphy's, and it was an all-day event. And since we are kind of activating more actively our Tuolumne County Water Agency, I thought it a good primer for getting into it, and learned a lot and met a lot of people involved in water. Let's see. Took my glasses off. I conducted the second community plan meeting in Groveland. It was a kickoff process, and we also created an asset list between the 2 meetings that I had in October and sent out the results to participants. Finished and presented the CAP comments and reviewed with Quincy for like the 4th time, I think. So I really appreciate all of Quincy's time invested in the Climate Action Plan. And also participated in the CHP Citizen Appreciation Ceremony. They haven't had this ceremony for the last several years because of COVID. And there were 2 incidents that happened in District 4. And these are incidents where the public they become a good Samaritan. They see something that happens because of a traffic accident, and people's lives are imperiled. And they were heartwarming stories. Anyway, that was happened at the fairgrounds, and then just various committees and commissions and department head meetings, so I don't need to go into those.
All right, Supervisor. I don't want to forget, so I'm actually going to go Supervisor Brandon. Do you have anything to report out real quick?
Sure. Lots of meetings. I also attended with staff a Cal LAFCO conference to attend several trainings and just up to date on some legislation that's happened. In addition to attending with our economic development senior analyst, Robbie, the California Forward Economic Development Summit in Bakersfield, which is why I'm out of town right now. So a lot of learning happening. And other than that, just regular meetings and working on stuff all the time.
Okay, Supervisor Campbell.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'll keep it to what I think would be of most interest to you. So the Juvenile Justice Coordinating Committee met on Friday, and I participated in that. And they're doing amazing things, looking at, it's always a struggle with that facility because we just don't have the staffing to use it to its full potential, and it's very expensive. And so constantly looking at agreements with other counties to try and support what we do here locally for our own kids. And we're at a place where we're in a good spot, but if we want to go any further, it's going to take a lot of work, and we're really going to need to lean into getting more staffing, more JCOs, more people into the career of being a probation officer, which brings me to my next meeting that I had the previous day, which was pretty serendipitous, with the Motherlode Job Training Board. And we actually had a consultant come in and give a presentation on all the amazing things that Motherlode Job Training is doing, and looking at how training and acquiring employees for public agencies is changing. And also just a kind of a general discussion about the value of a college degree is not exactly what it used to be. I mean, I think there is kind of a resurgence of people wanting to get into trades and wanting to develop a skill and get education in that respect. And I think Mother Lode Job Training is doing a heck of a lot in that regard. So attended a lunch at the Tuolumne County Board of Realtors where Congressman McClintock spoke, and so that was enlightening. And then the other thing that I wanted to mention is, okay, so two things. So other meetings, I've had meetings in Bellevue Oaks, in Crystal Falls, and then on Longeway with a local business. And then the other thing is that I've had the chance to attend a couple of get-togethers, dinner party type things in both Calaveras County and Mariposa County. And at both of these events, there were employees, former and current supervisors of those counties in attendance, and I got to speak to kind of like our counterparts in other counties, line staff that I wouldn't necessarily meet on a regular basis. And at both events, everybody is talking about all the good things that are going on in Tuolumne County. Our county and our staff and our team have a phenomenal reputation, and we're really getting noticed by our neighbors, and we're setting the bar really high. And so I just really wanted to let people know that we may recognize all the good things that are going on here, but people outside our county are recognizing it as well. And so I give a lot of credit to CAO Riggs and her team, and then all of our great departments. I definitely, it was kind of like I had people walking up to me asking me, what was in the water, because we had so many, all these grants that keep coming into the county. And so yeah, and on that note, I'll end it.
Okay, Supervisor Goldberg.
Yeah, so normal stuff, staff interactions, met with some constituents, did attend the Visit Tuolumne County Board meeting. Good meeting, and there was discussions including the tax measures for both the county and the city. Attended a Snore Rotary event. I continue to meet with PG&E staff every 2 weeks, just ongoing discussions there. Had a pretty long ATCA meeting, Finance Committee and Board meeting, and was also at the event with Supervisor Hath and Campbell regarding the CHP, the accidents in Districts 2 and 4. And it was well attended, good crowd, and people were real appreciative of the recognition. And that's my report.
And I don't have anything to report out other than regular committees, commissions. Thank you guys for attending that CHP thing. I was going to go, but I got called into another vital meeting. I do want to bring it to the board's attention just because this is one of the only opportunities to do it. Not going to name any board members or any committees, commissions, but I am getting word back from some of our committees and commissions and chairs that, if we're not going to attend a committee or commission, please try and get your alternate to go. If you can't, it all happens. We've all missed things come up or something happens with their schedule. But if it happens consistently, it's really hard to continue to do business, especially when people travel to and from certain places to go to those meetings. So please try and communicate and stay on top of that a little bit easier, and I'll just leave it at that. Or a little better, and I'll just leave it at that. So that being said, we're done with that. Any public comment on our reports? I don't think we've ever said that before. No? We don't do that. I redact what I just said. All right. We are going to go into closed session after. Strike that from the record. Please, you don't get to comment on our comments. Please read the closed session items. Yes, all of them. And then we're going to do it in here. So when we're done, if you would exit the building after she reads it. After you have public comment on this.
I would be happy to do that for you. Item number 18, closed session, conference with labor negotiators Tracy Riggs, County Administrator, Eric Earhart, Assistant County Administrator, and Karen McGettigan, Deputy County Administrator. Authority Government Code Section 54957.6, all bargaining units. Item number 19, closed session, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Authority Government Code Section 54956.9 D1, Richard Lee v. Tuolumne County. Tuolumne County Superior Court Case Number CV 64856. Item number 20, closed session, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, Authority Government Code Section 54956.9 D2. One case, significant exposure to litigation. Attached to this agenda item is correspondence from Todd Rovin entitled Brown Act Hearing Correct Demand Letter Threatening Litigation Against the County. Item number 21, closed session, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, Government Code Section 54956.9 D2. Significant exposure to litigation, 2 cases. See attached letter from County Counsel regarding the threat of litigation as required by Fowler v. City of Lafayette.
Okay, is there any public comment on these closed session items? Not seeing any on Zoom. Okay. Do we expect a report out?
Yes, on 19 and possibly 20.
All right. So feel free to stick around if you want to hear that exciting report out. Otherwise, what?
Well, don't we need Access Tuolumne to stay until we report out?
Yeah, we usually
I think
do that.
that's
They
the
usually
case.
report it.
So can we do the ones that we have to report out on first and then come back and report out and then finish with the ones
I'm
that
fine
we
with
don't
that,
have to report out on?
Yes.
You don't want to stay? You could do dinner. Okay. We'll do that. We'll do those ones first, and then we'll get you guys back in here.
Thank you.
Can you hear me now? There you go. Cool. Do I need to start over? The whole thing? Okay. Well, if you're on Zoom and you heard me, you get to hear my amazing voice again. Here we go. Randy Handveld. All right, Supervisor, okay, this is on item 19. Supervisor Campbell moved and Supervisor Half seconded. And by a vote of 5-0, the board approved the county council to defend the county in the matter of Richard Lee versus County of Tuolumne. Tuolumne County Superior Court, case number Charlie Victor 64856, a personal injury action arising out of a motorcycle accident on a county road. The board approved submittal of the matter for determination of insurance coverage and tender of defense to PRISM, and the board approved a retainer agreement with Lynn Garcia and Spinelli, Donald, and Knott to represent the county. All right, and for the second time, item number 20, Supervisor Kirk moved and Supervisor Goldenberg seconded by a vote of 5-0. The board directed County Council to issue a written response to Mr. Robbins' alleged Brown Act violation in his cure and correct demand letter of October 22nd, 2022. The Brown Act was not violated. The Solid Waste Committee includes 2 board members, 1 board member from the City Council, and 2 at-large public members. Staff are not on the committee, and any communications staff had with representatives from Waste Management are not subject to Brown Act. Furthermore, the Brown Act does not prohibit members from addressing matters of individuals not on the board. This means board or committee members may communicate with others, including representatives of Waste Management, without creating a Brown Act violation. The county will not take further action as none is warranted, given no Brown Act violation occurred. All right. And with that being said, we are going to, did we already read all the closed session items? Okay. So we are going to close back into closed session. There will not be a report out. So if you're on Zoom listening in, that is the end of the board meeting today.